प्रतिबोधितां Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Krishna starts with a beautiful 5 slokas, giving the whole technology for all of us to practice, all of us to experience what he is teaching. Let me give you the translation of the slokas which I read. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, amid pleasant and even unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion, aspiring to live in a spiritual way, detachment from the chaos, and giving the importance to the ultimate truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance. Long sloka, or long list. Let me be very clear. If you straight away start practicing all the qualities which he has given here, you will achieve one thing: madness. You can't start practicing these qualities. It will happen in you. All you can do is help the consciousness to happen in you, so that you will start radiating these qualities. For example, there's a muddy tank. You wanted to remove all the dirt. If you put your hand and try your best to take away all the mud, what will happen? You will make it only more muddy, dirty, and all the dirt which is below will come up. Instead of that, just if you put one handful of lime powder and wait, the lime will automatically take all the dirt and will go deep and settle down. You will have a pure water. Same way, your mind is a dirty tank. If you try to put your hand and do something, if you try to suppress it, fight with it, naturally you will create only more and more trouble, more and more problem. Instead of that, just put handful of lime in that and keep quiet. Means just put a little meditation and relax. Just put a little awareness and relax. Automatically the whole thing will settle down. Whole thing will settle down. The moment you become aware, the moment the witnessing consciousness starts, the whole thing will settle down. Please understand. Witnessing consciousness is the lime powder to make you understand or to purify your being. It's a lime powder. Just drop that lime powder and keep quiet. Automatically, things will settle. One thing. Usually, when we read this type of scriptures, books, straight away we start executing. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. The moment you read, what you start doing? You start executing. First thing, you neither understand that you don't love yourself, nor you understand straight away you cannot love anybody. Two things. First thing, you should love yourself. Next, you should have that mood or the consciousness from which the loving comes naturally. Love happens as an automatic process. One important thing, if you are true to your being, if you are true to your core, that is enough. Straight away you will be liberated. Just be true to your core. Ramakrishna says, if your mouth and mind, if both are connected by a straight line, means honesty, straight away you will be liberated. You are free. Already you are free. The big problem is, instead of creating that consciousness, we start creating the activity. You need to work on being, not on doing. Your doing is no way going to help you. Only your being is going to help you. Work on your being, not on your doing. See, a person who works on doing, he may continuously chisel is doing, but his being will be same old, struggling, suffering, fighting, suppressed. It will continue to suffer. Instead, if you work on your being, it will become like a flower. Automatically you will radiate that energy, that consciousness. If you understood the Diogenes story, same thing. In Diogenes story, he has never become slave. He has never become slave. Even though people thought he is enslaved, he is under the handcuffs. He never became slave. He was radiating his pure consciousness. In your life also, you never become slave. Even though people think you are not honest, even though after some time, by and by, you also start believing others' opinion about you. Others' opinion about you. You take their scale and you start measuring you. Then put yourself into trouble. That's what I call guilt. Guilt is nothing but reviewing your past decisions with updated intelligence. With present intelligence, when you review your past decisions, you create guilt. And you create more and more suffering. Here, all these things which Krishna says should happen in you. It cannot be done. You cannot do it. Please be very clear. Humility. First thing, that is what he says. Humility. Amanitvam. Humility can never be done. If it is done, it will look very ugly. If it is done, it will be very ugly. Only when you feel every being is unique. Please understand, humility will come only when you understand every being is unique. Not when you think every being is equal. There is no equal. Please be very clear. Every being is unique. When you understand every being is unique, automatically you start respecting. Because every being contributes something to existence. Everybody contributes something to the life, something to the existence. One important thing, even your enemy contributes for your growth. Please be very clear. Even your enemy contributes for your growth. Indirectly, but he also contributes for your growth. So never think somebody is waste. If he is waste, long before he would have been removed from the planet Earth. The moment you become waste, you will be removed from planet Earth. You are here as long as some way you are contributing. Some way you are contributing. So be very clear. When you understand every being is unique, automatically you radiate humility. You radiate humility. Pridelessness. That's what, one by one, all the qualities which is supposed to be radiated by you, by any seeker, Krishna explains. Acharyo Vasanam. Acharya Upasanam. And the another one, sloka, he says, Tat Vidhi Pranipadena Pariprasnena Sevaya. Approach an enlightened master with questions and requests to solve the questions. Questions and requesting him to solve the questions. Why? Why we should approach the master? What is the need? Again and again and again, the spiritual literatures, they emphasize on master, not only the Gita, whether it is Zen Buddhism or Jainism or Judaism or Islam or Christianity, again and again, the master plays some role. Why? Especially in Hinduism, Vedanta, not Hinduism, exact Vedanta, especially in Vedic system, master plays a major role. Why? Because unless you see somebody who is living in that consciousness, who is expressing that consciousness, your unconscious will never believe. Whenever you read these truths, you hear about these things, your conscious will believe, but your unconscious will say, all these things are old theories. Some book, some crazy guy must have wrote all these things. Your unconscious will never accept it. Your intellect and head, your head and heart will fight. Your intellect will say, no, these are all truth. Logically you are convinced, but emotionally you are not able to experience. Here, when you see a living master, automatically your emotion also will start experiencing. Your unconscious, which is continuously questioning, will become silent when you see a living master. With book, you will learn only through verbal language. With master, you will learn through his body language. He shows through his body language the life. He proves all these things are truth. He proves all these things can become reality in your life. You don't need to believe. You just don't need to believe. It is solid experience. It is solid experience. 3 things happens when you reach a master. First thing, it is possible to live in eternal bliss or the bliss consciousness. The possibility is given. The assurance, it is possible to achieve that state. That clearly is made to understand. We understand the possibility. First thing. Next thing, it is possible. By me, will it be possible? I know it is possible for him. Will I be able to achieve? That assurance also is given to you when you reach the master. Naturally, the first thing master will do is, when I can achieve, why not you? It's like that seed. Seed is afraid to break. It says, no, if I break, I may die. But the tree says, no, you have to break, only then I can come out. Only when you break, I can happen. The tree is waiting inside the seed and he is telling, please break, I have to come out. But the seed says, no, when I open, when I break, I may die. Who knows, tree will happen. Tree says, no, open, only then I can happen. Seed says, no, let you happen, then I will open. Master is a person who has become tree, in our life also, we are not afraid to take the jump if we know for sure that enlightenment is possible. We are afraid that we may end up in a situation where enlightenment also will not be there and this life also will not be there. We are only afraid of that insecurity, uncertainty. Small story. A journalist goes to a person who is candidate for president election. Journalist asks him, why do you, the journalist comes for an interview. He is giving a speech. He says, I am bright, I feel that my future is bright. I am sure my future is bright. Journalist asks, then why do you look so worried? Why do you look so worried? He says, my surety is not warranted. My optimism is not warranted. I am optimistic, but it is not warranted. We are also stuck in the same way. One corner we are optimistic that we may have experience, but the other corner we are a little afraid to take the risk. Master is a person who has become tree. He says, seed, don't worry. I was also struggling like you. I opened. See, I have not died. I have become tree. Open, you will also become tree. Who gives that confidence to the seed, who is around, who just sits around the seed and takes care. Don't worry, open. I am here. I have become a tree. You will also become a tree. Who creates an energy, who creates the confidence for seed to break and become tree. First thing Master will do is, when I have achieved, why not you? So naturally, it is possible by you, will be made to understand. You will understand that it is possible for you also. Third thing, the right space or the technology for that to happen. Automatically Master will create that space. Always the Masters create these ashrams. Why? Ashram is a space in which you can break. The seed can break and tree can happen. It's like a operation theatre where you go and open and become a tree and start radiating. It's a space where in a controlled conditions or where in a very secure, safe way you can enter into that consciousness. These are all the works of the Master. And finally, ultimately, he makes you experience the truth which is in your being. So, first thing, he assures the possibility through his body language. Next thing, he makes you understand it is possible for you also. Third thing, he creates a space in which that can happen. Fourth thing, he sees that you are established in that consciousness. These are all the responsibilities of the Master. That is why, with the Vedic system, Vedic way of life, you are again and again requested to reach a living Master. Tat vidhi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya. And here he says, Acharya Upasanam. These are made as a important guidelines for us to experience the technology. Next, he comes to the point. This is the straight point. Nyayam yattat pravakshami yanyatvam anadimat param brahma nasattanna saduchyate. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal, the being, the beginningless consciousness lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Sarvada panipadam tat sarvado siromukam sarvada sriti malloge sarvamavritya tishtati. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the Paramatman exists, pervading everything. He is just explaining the technique. Let me finish these 2-3 sloka, then we will see the technique. Sarvendriya gunapasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarva bruschaiva nirgunam gunabhoktrucha. Paramatman is the original source of all senses, yet he is beyond senses, he is unattached. Although the consciousness is the maintainer of all living beings, he transcends the modes of nature. At the same time, he is the master of the modes of material nature. Karya karana kartutve hedu prakritiruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktrutve heduruchyate. Here he ends. Nature is the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas living entity is the cause of everything. Sukha, dukkha or nature, whatever you see in the world. Now, through these sutras, he puts us back to our consciousness. He means whatever you see is not you. Just go behind. If you are able to see the body, then step behind. Go behind. If you are able to see your thoughts, then go behind. If you are able to see your moods, then go behind. If you are able to see your emotions, then go behind. You are not that also. At some point, you will not be able to go further. You will realize there is nothing to go further. Suddenly, at that moment, the pure consciousness starts happening in you. Pure consciousness starts happening in you. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whatever can be dropped, drop it. At some point, you will not be able to drop anything. Then hold that. That's all. Whatever can be dropped, drop. At one point, you will not be able to drop anything. There will be nothing to drop. Then hold that. That's all. Just witnessing the consciousness which is witnessing. Witnessing the thoughts which things you are witnessing. Going back and going deep into your very being itself. As long as your mind is thinking you are witnessing, please be clear, you are not witnessing. Because the thought you are witnessing is existing. No. It means you are not witnessing. Witness the thought that you are witnessing. Then pure inner space, pure uncorrupted, untouched inner space happens in you. In that uncorrupted, pure inner space only, the God happens, or the divine consciousness happens. Here, he gives us the technique. Purusha prakriti stohi pungde prakriti jan gunan karanam guna sangosya satasat yoni janmasu. The living entity in the material nature follows the way of life, enjoying the modes of nature due to association with the material nature, meets the good or evil among various species. Upatrashtanumandacha Bharta Bhokta Maheshwara Paramatme Disapyukto Dehesmin Purusha Paraha. Yet in this body there is another transcendental energy who is divine, supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer, permitter and pure witnessing consciousness known as Paramatman. As on now, we are like 18 karat gold. Copper and gold mix. The more and more you put the 18 karat gold into the fire, fire means the witnessing consciousness. Witnessing. If you bring more and more fire, if you put the 18 karat gold into the fire, slowly it will become 22 karat. Again, if you burn it, it will become 24 karat gold. Same way, if you put yourself into that witnessing consciousness, you will be purified to a certain extent. Again and again, when you put yourself in the witnessing consciousness, your inner space becomes completely, totally pure, like a 24 karat gold. Your inner space starts radiating, witnessing the witnessing consciousness. I think the essence of all religions, all spirituality, whole thing is reduced to this one sloka, and Krishna presents it. Krishna is presenting the master key which can open all the locks in this one chapter. Witnessing the body and mind, witnessing your being. Witnessing is the master key. I think if we can really enter into the technique, at least for a few minutes, experience the witnessing for a few minutes, you will know the taste of it. You will know the taste of it. How much you listen about witnessing, how much you talk about witnessing, how much you analyze about witnessing, unless you experience for a moment, you will never have the benefit. You will never have the benefit. Just believing will not do. You need to experiment. Small story. One guy was driving in the highway, midnight. Cop stopped him and asked him, "Sir, I think you are drunk. Did you drink?" He said, "Yes, just now I had completely 6 different items. Do you want the names? Few cans of beer, few brandies." He started giving the name. He said, "Stop. I think now I should take breath analyzer test. Please come out." This guy says, Why do you want test? Don't you believe me?" Whether you believe him or not, you have to do the test. Cop can't just stop doing test by believing him. So now, you can't keep quiet believing my words. You have to do the test. You have to test it with yourself. You have to test it with your being. Just reading or listening is not going to transform. Reading or listening is like a reading menu card. You see, you go to a hotel, a restaurant. Will you come away just after reading the menu card? No. If you go away just after hearing, you read only menu card. You never ate. We read menu card. Now let us eat little bit. We had enough. We read the menu card from the beginning. Now it is time for us to eat little bit. Just let us finish these sutras. The last 1 or 2 sutras where he explains the things. Then we will enter into the meditation. Yavat sanjayade kinchit sattvam stavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajnaya samyogat tadvidhi paradarshava. Yavat sanjayade kinchit sattvam stavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajna samyogat tadvidhi paradarshava. Bharata, know that whatever the movable and the unmovable is born, it comes into existence by the combination of kshetra and kshetrajna. Whatever you are seeing, the whole universe is by Maya and Atman, Prakriti and Purusha, the matter and energy, body, mind and consciousness. Yada prakasatyeka kritsnam lokamimam ravi kshetram kshetri tada kritsnam prakasayati bharata. Just like one sun illuminates the whole universe, similarly, Bharata, in all bodies, just one kshetra, one energy, one kshetranya illuminates the light of fire. He says, in all the bodies, consciousness is one and the same. Kshetra kshetranyayorevam antaramjnana chakshusha bodha prakriti mokshancha ye viduryandite param. Those who see with the eyes of knowledge the difference between the body-mind and the knower of the body-mind can understand the process and he is liberated from bondages of material nature and attains the Paramatman. Here he ends. If you can witness as a pure consciousness, you will be liberated from body-mind and achieve the eternal consciousness. Now it is time for us to witness. Let me explain the technique. You are going to witness your body movements, your prana movements, and your mind movements. Movements of your body, movements of your prana, movements of your mind. We may ask, what body movements we are going to have? Understand, continuously your belly will be going up and down by inhaling and exhaling. Always there will be a slight movement of your belly during your breathing. That movement, witness that movement. Witness that movement. Next, naturally the prana, inhaling and exhaling. Witness that also. Third, your mind. Thoughts will be going. Please don't judge your thoughts as right or wrong. For a few minutes, sit next to your mind like a friend, close friend. Let it tell whatever it wants. Let it speak whatever it wants. Just witness. Continuously we are always fighting with body and mind. You cannot get rid of body and mind by fighting with it. You can get rid only by friendliness. Only if you feel deeply friendly with your body and mind, you will be able to go beyond body and mind. Be very clear. If you feel the negative relationship or the enmity towards body and mind, naturally you will abuse the body and mind. You will have only violent relationship. Now, accept the body and mind. Witness the mind like a friend. Let whatever is there inside come out. What is the wrong? Nothing wrong. Just let it come out. Witness them. Neither support nor suppress. Just witness. Witnessing is like a fire. All the thoughts will be burnt away. See, if you support, you will be going behind the garbage. If you suppress, you will be analyzing the garbage and pushing them aside. Both is not going to work. Just witness, you will burn the whole thing. You will burn the whole thing. Understand? Neither following nor suppressing your thoughts will help. Just witness. Automatically you will go beyond body and mind. It is time for us to enter into the witnessing consciousness. Tomorrow we will work on the engrams. Tomorrow we are going to work on the engraved memories. How Krishna speaks intensely about the engraved memories and how to drop them, how to go beyond the samskaras. Samskara means engraved memories, and Tomorrow, I'll tell you a beautiful story of a great bhakta, a great devotee of Sri Krishna, Tarangini. About her, the Bhagavata speaks a lot. Tomorrow we will listen her story also, because her story is directly related to the samskaras and how the very devotion can liberate you from all the engraved memories, all the samskaras. Tomorrow we will see the samskaras and the detailed story of great bhakta, great devotee of Krishna, Tarangini. Now, please get ready for meditation. Please sit straight. Witness the body movements. See very clearly how your belly is moving along with your inhaling and exhaling. See very clearly how your body is moving. Witness all the movements of the body. Feel the boundary of your body. See very clearly where your body ends, where the ground starts. Feel very clearly where your body is ending and the chair is starting. Feel the boundary of your body clearly. Witness all the movements of your body. Witness the movements of your inhaling and exhaling prana, air going in and coming out. Witness intensely. Witness the air going in, taking turn, coming out, again going in, taking turn, coming out. Witness all the thoughts moving in your mind. Whatever thoughts coming and going, witness all of them. Witness body, your prana movements and mind. Witness the body movements, air movements and the movements of the mind. Don't control the mind. If thoughts appear, let it appear. Don't suppress. Just witness. Witness your body and mind. When you go deep into your being, the witnessing consciousness automatically creates intelligence. Understand? You don't have to be in that mood 24 hours. Even if you had few glimpses, that is enough. That energy will guide your whole life. If you understand that silence which happens to you when you are witnessing, even for 1 or 2 seconds, you will have the taste and you will start doing it. And out of this 1 or 2 moments only, the great achievements, the energy to do great achievements happens. Understand? All great things are achieved only from beyond mind consciousness. Whether it is Einstein's relative theory of relativity or the great scientific discoveries, all great things, it comes out only when you are in that witnessing consciousness. Just now I was talking to our Mr. Michael. He was telling me, Swamiji, when my best performance all comes out only when I feel that I am beyond body and mind. Just now he was talking. And he feels that only when he is beyond body and mind, he is able to perform the ultimate thing. Not only in the field of science, whether it is field of the art or science or spirituality or any field, when you are beyond mind, you bring the maximum out of your being. You deliver the maximum. And the ultimate expression of you happens only when you are beyond body and mind. At that moment, you are whole. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. When you become whole, you are holy. Understand, this is the only path to wholeness or holiness. So, he was quoting me. Even some other actors, what name you are telling? You told somebody was crying. Please tell me. You told
Olivier.
Huh?
Lawrence Olivier.
Oh.
Lawrence Olivier.
Lawrence
Olivier.
Olivier. Sorry, I am not able to pronounce properly. He was quoting on actor's life from an actor's incident. Even he, it seems he did a beautiful performance. When he came out, he was weeping. Somebody asked him, why are you weeping? You did such a wonderful performance. Then it seems he said that I don't know what I did. The whole thing came out from the space which is beyond body and mind. Whether it is field of the art or science or spirituality, you deliver the ultimate thing when you go beyond body and mind. So, let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate universal consciousness, to give us all the inner space, the pure witnessing consciousness, to give us all the ultimate experience of witnessing consciousness, make us establish in the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrisam Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadidam Vigunarahitam Sadgurum tam namami. Pataya pradiboditam bhagavatam Narayanena svayam vyasena graditam Puranamuninam madhye mahabharatam Advaitam vritavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatpeshinim Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respect. A small story. End of the year, in a school, teacher is receiving different gifts from students. First, the gift from a child who is daughter of sweet shop owner, nicely packed. She just takes the pack, shakes near the head and says, "Is it sweet?" Child says, "Yes." Next, gift from a child who is daughter of clothes shop owner, nicely packed. She just takes the gift, shakes near the head, says, "I think a piece of cloth." Child says, "Yes." Third, gift from a local liquor shop owner's daughter. She just takes the pack, shakes it near the head. Suddenly she sees something is leaking. She just takes a little bit and puts in the mouth, says, "Beer?" Child says, "No." Takes a little more and tastes it and asks, "Wine?" "No." Then she says, "All right, I'm giving it up. Please tell me. You tell what it is." Child says, "Puppy dog." Please don't put it in your mouth unless you know for sure. Don't decide. At least these major decisions don't take by engrams or the engraved memories. When you take major decisions through these engraved memories, you always end up in this type of decisions. Just because it is from a liquor shop owner's daughter, she thought it is some bottle, some wine. Same way in your life, again and again you decide based on the engraved memory. First two decisions are okay. First decision, because a sweet shop owner's daughter, it's a sweet. Second, because the clothes shop owner's daughter, it is cloth. Third, Because she is liquor shop owner's daughter, she thought it is liquor. At least before putting into the mouth, be very clear what it is. This whole chapter is about the engraved memories of our mind. Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. 3 different gunas. Krishna is explaining 3 different gunas to Arjuna. How we act. No, I can't even say we act. How we react. How we react to every situation just based on these 3 gunas, and how we create more and more karma bandha, means more and more trouble for ourselves. Let me start the first sloka. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Prabhakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yangyatva Munayas Sarve Param Siddhimido Gataha. Bhagavan says, again I shall declare to you the supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. Whether you believe it or not, man, by his very nature, is a machine. He is just a mechanism. Not only in the level of body, even in the level of mind, he is just a mechanism. Biomechanism. At the most you can say biomechanism. But he is just a mechanism. He works based on just engraved memories. He is caught in the engraved memories. Continuously, his mind, continuously his being works based on engraved memories. Here, by again and again trying to repeat the truth, Krishna is trying to create an engraved memory of truth in Arjuna's mind. Please understand, why should Krishna speak the same thing? Literally same words he is using. Literally same words he is using. Again and again same words he is using. Why? Why should Krishna speak again and again the same thing? The other day I was telling, Krishna is a master who is result oriented. He wants what he wants. He is not ready to compromise. He is not just ready to satisfy himself by saying, no, I said whatever I want to say. Whether he wants to listen or not, it's up to him. No. Again and again he wants to create a memory of all his teachings into Arjuna's mind. Even if Arjuna misses one time, he may catch next time. Again and again, by creating a engraved memory in Arjuna's mind, he wanted Arjuna to follow. That's the reason he repeats the truth once more. He says, again I shall declare. Once more, I am speaking about the truth to you, knowing which all the sages have attained supreme perfection. Param Siddhimido Gata. Knowing which the sages have attained perfection. Idam jnana ubhashritya mama sadharmyamagata sarge vino bhajayante pralayena vyadanti cha. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own, thus established in this eternal consciousness. One is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. First time he says, you will reach the state in which I am staying. All these days he was telling, worship me, surrender unto me. Now he says, you will achieve the same state in which I am staying. And one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Itam jnanam upasritya mama sadharmya magata. The state in which I am staying, you can achieve that. I think Krishna is the first master who is courageous and bold enough to declare enlightenment is available for everybody. Anybody can achieve it. It is not just an accident. It is an incident, you can create it. It is not just an accident. See, till Sri Krishna, all the Upanishads or Brahma Sutra, they all speak as if enlightenment is an accident. Some gets, nobody knows why they got it and why we can't get it, how to get it. No, nobody knows. All they know is some people are blessed. Suddenly, God is sitting and seeing all the applications at some form. He says, all right, yes. And immediately the person gets the enlightenment. But Krishna is the first master who is clearly declaring how to write application or how to present your resume, how to achieve it. It is not just an accident, it is incident. You can experience it by your conscious decision. It is not just an accident. He says, by fixed in this knowledge, one can attain. He is not even telling you can attain. He says one can attain. Anybody, after the Vishwarupa Darshana, whatever is shared between Arjuna and Krishna, whatever goes on between Arjuna and Krishna is for the whole world. Because what Arjuna has to achieve has been achieved. After that there is nothing to tell. This whole thing from 12th chapter, in 11th chapter, he experiences the Vishwarupa Darshana. From 12th chapter, all these teachings are for whole world. It is recorded for the sake of whole world. Scientist is a man who creates a formula to reproduce the things in the outer world. Spiritual master is a man who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Here, Krishna says, by established in this knowledge, you can achieve the experience, or you can establish yourself in the same state in which I am staying, like my own, mama, my own. You can achieve the state in which I am staying. Krishna declares, this truth will directly lead you to the state in which I am established. Sarva yonishu kaunteya murtaya sambhavantiya dasam brahma mahat yonir agam beja pradapita. Understand that all species of life, O Kaunteya, are made possible by birth in this material nature and that I am the seed-giving Father. Here Krishna is trying to answer a philosophical question. I think honestly which can never be answered. Here, whomsoever tried to answer this philosophical question created one philosophy. Whoever tried to answer this question created a philosophy. Krishna is trying to answer this question. The question is how the whole universe is created. If everything is God, how the whole universe is created? How we are all born? Somebody asked me the other day. I think that question is out of frustration. Why we are given birth? First thing. Why should we take birth at all? Why this whole drama, taking birth, doing some meditation, then achieving enlightenment? Why this whole drama? For whose sake all this drama? If we have to end up all our karmas by working them out, why did we create karma first of all? What is the reason for the whole thing? Why the cycle again and again goes? Here, Krishna is trying to answer, please understand, but this answer is not ultimate truth. Here, he is just saying, please wait till the teachings are over. Usually, when you don't receive answer for your philosophical question, you will not enter into meditation. You will be stuck with that question. Again and again you will be thinking of that question. Again and again you will come back to that same question. Here, Arjuna is trying to again and again come back to that same question and get stuck. Krishna, for the sake of meditation, just for the sake of giving understanding to him, he gives answer. See, it's like the other day I was telling the same example. There is a formula. X plus 2 is 4. In the beginning, the teacher will assume, let us assume x is equal to 2. Replace 2 in the place of x. Then 2 plus 2 is 4. Solution is, the formula is solved. The problem is solved. Then he says, because the problem is solved, now let us understand x is equal to 2. But till he comes to the conclusion, he has to assume the x is equal to 2. The moment he assumes x is equal to 2, if you start arguing, why should it be 2? Why not 3? Why don't you assume it as a 4? We can't solve the problem. Once you solve the problem, you know x is 2. You will understand logically. But before solving, when you start, you need to assume x is equal to 2. Some assumption has to be made so that you can proceed to solve the problem. Here, Krishna also makes a small assumption and proceeds, solves the problem. Once he solves the problem, naturally we can understand what is assumed is truth. What he assumed is not a lie. But when he started assuming, it is assumption. When he started the formula, when he started working out, it is assumption. Here he says the same thing. He gives one idea which is not ultimate truth, which is comparative reality. which is comparative truth. He says, I am the Father. I am the Father. Pita. I am the root cause. I am root for everything. But this word of Krishna can be understood only when you experience the consciousness of Krishna. But till you experience the consciousness of Krishna, it is just assumption. Here, even if it is assumption, it's okay. Proceed with this assumption into the next chapters, into the next slokas. Suddenly, when you see the result, you will understand whatever you assume is truth. Once the problem is solved, all the assumptions which you made is understood. All the other assumptions are, you understand them as a truth. Here, Krishna makes this assumption so that you will understand the truth. Sattvam rajas tama iti guna prakriti sambhava nivatnandi mahabaho dehe dehi namavyayam. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Once more I want to tell you, the translation is not complete because we don't have the word for sattva, rajas, tamas. These three words you can't translate. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Krishna clearly explains. Here he starts the whole teaching. He explains clearly how we are caught in three different mental setups. How we work through three different engraved memories. One is sattva, another one is rajas, third one is tamas. But here the translation says, goodness is the word for sattva, passion is the word for rajas, ignorance is the word for tamas. No, exactly they are not equivalent words. Let me explain the concept. Understand, there is no equivalent word for it. We can't give any equivalent word. Sattva means the engrams which leads you to bliss. The engraved memories which leads you to joy. The memories which leads you to ecstasy. Rajas means the memories which leads you to restlessness. The engraved memories which leads you to sort of excitement, which leads you to work intensely and which makes you active. Third, tamas. Tamas means the engraved memories which leads you to depression, which leads you to laziness, which leads you to dullness. Engraved memories which leads to ecstasy and bliss is sattva. Engraved memories which leads you to restlessness, anger, emotional imbalance is rajas. Engraved memories which leads you to depression, dullness, low mood is tamas. Small example. You are sitting in a car and going. Somebody is driving. Slowly you are lost in thinking. After half an hour, when you are lost in thinking, suddenly you remember some person, or some place who disturbs your mind. By remembering him or that place or that incident, you feel disturbed. The moment your mind feels a little disturbed, you come back to awareness. Sometimes you see, I should not think about him. Let me think of something else. Sometimes you will even speak these words out. You will even do action, small action. The person who is driving will turn and see you. What happened? What are you doing? When you are lost in thinking, some memories comes up which makes you feel depressed or dull, disturbed, and suddenly you come back to awareness and you say, what am I thinking? And sometimes you even loudly say this, I should not think this. Hey Devada, you say, oh God, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? I should think of something else. All right, let me think of something else. Your hands move. Suddenly you express some words which is not directly related to the outer incident. And the person who is driving asks what you are thinking, what you remembered. Suddenly you are mumbling some words. Suddenly you are talking something. So be very clear. The engram which automatically comes up, the engraved memory which automatically comes up. In Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, samskara, which automatically comes up and which leads you to depression or negative mood. This is called tamas. Sometime, suddenly some thought comes up in your mind. You think, I will not leave that fellow. I'll see that he learns a lesson. I will not leave him. You are sitting and thinking of something. Suddenly your hand moves. I will not leave that fellow. I'll take him to task. I'll see that he learns a lesson. These engrams which makes you to do these things, which makes you active, anger, violent, these engrams are called rajas. And very rarely you get sattvic engrams. Because of that, I can't give any example. Sattvic engram is an engram which you don't get usually. You can think this way. Sattvic engram is a thing which we usually don't get. Usually, we are caught between rajas and tamas. Sattvic engram is engram which suddenly gives you the memory of a deep bliss or joy which you experienced. For example, if you are here every day, the moment it becomes 4:30, this engram comes up. Oh, yesterday it was such a wonderful discourse, so beautiful, such a nice meditation. I think today also I should go. If you are pulled, if you are made to do something good, which leads to bliss, which leads to ecstasy, which leads to peace of mind, then it is called sattvic engram, sattva. It is called engraved memories of sattva. For example, you go to Himalayas. For a few days, you experience such wonderful joy and peace. Suddenly, when you see some pictures of some hill, mountain, or when you see some movies in the TV about mountain, this Himalayas memory, it comes up. It comes up and you start thinking, I think I should go and spend 1 or 2 more months in Himalayas. The engrams which leads you to peace, to bliss, to ecstasy is called sattvic engrams. These are the three different types of engraved memory, samskaras, which rules your whole life. Please understand, the knowledge about this engraved memory is a basic lesson. Anybody who wants to live, he should know this science. It's like a owner's manual for a person who has got mind. If you really have brain, all right, even brain word is not right, mind, this is owner's manual. Without owner's manual, when you use a product, either you miss the whole thing, or you miss lot of things which is available in that product. There are so many things which you can do with computer. There are hundreds of things which you can do with a calculator, which you don't know. You use that calculator just for basic few purposes. Plus, minus, only for few purposes you use. And you don't use the calculator for so many different things for which it can be used. Same way, when you don't know this owner's manual for mind, gunatraya vibhaga yoga, that's what Krishna calls understanding about the three different set of engraved memories, samskaras. When you don't understand about these three, you miss the whole thing. Many times you miss the whole thing. Or you miss so many different things which can be done with that product. So many different things which can be done with that product. You can do so much with your mind. You don't do. Either you miss or miss when you don't know, when you don't have the owner's manual. Here this is owner's manual for mind. We may ask, why should we know about these samskaras? Really, what is the use? What way are they going to help us? First thing, samskaras are not dead memories. Again, we don't have an equivalent word for samskara in English. If you have to enjoy Shakespeare, you have to go to the original language. His language, not even today's English. You have to go to his language. Same way, if you have to understand the great truths, you must know at least a little bit of Sanskrit. Whenever I tell people, learn a little bit of Sanskrit, they think I am trying to spread Sanskrit language. I tell you, no. For spirituality, a little Sanskrit knowledge will really help you, because so many technical terms you can directly understand. Directly understand. The word samskara, let me give you the exact meaning or the idea expressed by that word samskara. Samskara is not engraved memory. The engraved memory, which is alive and active, which has got power to pull you down and make you move, which will make you travel in that same path again and again, is called samskara. Usually the word memory is understood as a dead record. But samskara is not just dead record. Please be very clear. It is not just dead memory. It is not just like a computer memory where all the pictures and Word documents are stored. No. It has got power to pull you again automatically and to make you walk in the same path. It has got so much of power, automatically attracts you. It calls you. and makes you travel in the same path. By you walking in that same path, the engraving gets little more deepened. The memory goes little more deep. It is a living memory. It is not dead memory. The more you travel on that memory, the more you live with that memory, more it becomes part of your being. It travels to your deeper level consciousness. Here, today, Krishna is trying to explain step by step how you are caught in these three levels of memories and how you are again and again pulled and pushed by these three memories. It's almost like having three wives. Really, if you have one woman in your life, enlightenment is luxury. If you have two women in your life, enlightenment is option. If you have three women in your life, enlightenment is compulsory. You cannot live without enlightenment. You cannot live without enlightenment. The other day somebody asked me, how can Krishna have so many girlfriends? I tell you, that is a solid proof he is enlightened. With so many girlfriends he survived. That's a solid proof he is enlightened, no doubt. That is a solid proof he is God. Only God can manage. Here, he gives you a clear understanding how to live with all these three, some engraved memories. And one more important thing you should understand, because these memories are living energies, they are not just dead, they are living energies. See, when they are living energies, they can do something bad as well as they can be put to use to do something good also. See, whenever somebody has got energy to do bad, you can always tap him in the right way and make him to do good things. I have seen in my life, in my experience I tell you, nobody else puts so much of effort and goes to the depth of meditation like prisoners. In prisons we conduct meditation programs. I have seen they go to such a depth, they are so involved, and compared to prisoners, outsiders just do the meditation as so, that's all. People who are in the prison, when they take it up, they really take it up. And they are so intense. When they are transformed, their whole life, they just transform the whole thing. They don't do anything half-off. See, if you look deeply, there are so many saints, life I can quote. Valmiki, in South India, a great saint called Arunagirinatha. There are so many saints who were sinners, but the moment when the turning happened, when they took turn, when the change happened, when the cognitive shift happened in their being, usually the cognition happens in your mind in one way. You receive the data, process it, and deliver the result. Once the cognitive shift happens, you receive the data, process it, and go inside. As long as you are reacting, you are naturally working towards the depression. Once you start going in, you are moving towards bliss. See, the same incident, for example, death of somebody who is close to you, somebody who is near and dear, the person dies, the same incident can lead you to spiritual path or it can lead you to frustration. You can think, anyhow, I am also going to die. Let us do what I want. Let us do what I want. What is there? Small story. One guy was about to be hanged, about to be given death sentence. The police officer asks, do you have any wish? Last wish? He said, no. If you want, pray to God and ask for forgiveness so that He will bless you. He says, I wanted to remember God, but not the way in which you said. I feel if I would have known earlier I will be hanged, I would have done little more sins. Anyhow, when the result is known, result is hanging, I feel I have missed some sins. If at all I have to remember him, I will remember and ask him, why did you not tell me that I am going to have this punishment? Then I would have committed little more sins. Some people, when they see the death, when they understand the death is ultimate, they think, anyhow, death is ultimate. Let me decide and work towards divine, achieve God, realize Atman. One group. The other group, same incident, turns them. They think, anyhow we are going to die, let us live the way in which we wanted. One group of people, they take the path of meditation. The other group takes the path of the outer world. It is up to you which path you choose. Engrams are also living energy. You can choose. Through engrams, you can again and again suffer and torture yourself. Or you can make your whole life as a blissful experience. If you know the signs, how they happen in your being, how you can transform your being, you can take the help of these engraved memories to achieve the eternal consciousness, eternal bliss in your being. In your being. How these engrams, engraved memories, disturb your mind and how you can transform your very being. He starts explaining. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam sugha sangena batnādi jnana sangena chanaka. Before entering into this sloka, I will try to present a small diagram through which we can understand how the engrams can affect your decision and how to come out of it. A small diagram I will try to present so that you will be able to understand the engram, the engraved memory deeply, clearly. I already gave the basic understanding about this diagram, but let me repeat it so that you will be able to connect with this samskara. Please understand how we receive any information, data from the outer world and how we process them and how we take decisions. We come to conclusions. First thing, you see something through the eye. And here I have taken the example of eye. You can replace it anything, ears, or nose, or taste, or the touch. Any one sense among these 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be replaced here. There are 5 jnanendriyas and 5 karmendriyas. Among the 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be placed here. I have taken here eye as an example. Through the eye you see a scene. I am taking the example of this very scene. Me. First, this whole scene, like a picture, it is taken by your eye and it goes to chakshu. Understand? You don't see with the eye, you see through the eye. There is an energy which is inside the eye which sees. There is an energy inside the ears which hears. Ears by themselves can't hear. That is why when you are sitting and reading some book, even if alarm clock goes, you will not be able to hear. If somebody presses the calling bell, you will not be able to hear. You will not be able to hear that sound. And if husband or wife walks in, you will not know if you are sitting and reading. Of course, if it is late night, all wives will know when the husband is coming. Sneaking inside the house. Small story. This guy wants to go to police station. This guy goes to police station to see a thief who came into his house last night and took all the money. The police officer says, no, you can meet him only in the court. In the court you can say whatever you want to say. Here you can't talk to him. He says, no, just I wanted to learn, how did he enter the house without waking up my wife? I am trying for so many years to do this. I am not able to do. How this guy did, just I wanted to know that. Anyhow, there is something inside your eyes which sees. That is what we call chakshu. See, the whole scene is converted into a file with which you can do the process like a digital signal processor in computer. The software language, the chakshu is almost like a digital signal processor. If you have to work on anything, whether it is a sound or a light or a photograph, first it has to be converted into a digital file. So in computer, first thing, whether it is a photograph or it is an audio file, it will be converted into digital file. Same way, in your system, whatever you see or hear, the whole thing will be converted. Whole thing will be converted into a biosignal file. Just like a digital file, it will be converted. The conversion happens in this chakshu area only. Then the file starts moving step by step. File goes to chitta. Please understand, if you understand this one thing, the whole life can be transformed. You know where you are where you are reacting, how we are reacting, and how we make big decisions with our assumptions and suffer. Just like if you remember the first story, without thinking, just by imagining, maybe it must be some liquor, and you just put the finger in your mouth. How we do that mistakes, we can understand if you understand this one diagram. The file goes to chitta. Chitta means memory. The place where all the past memories are collected. Of course, all these places are related to memories only. This is the one part where the work of excluding happens. When the file reaches this place, the excluding process starts here. Na iti. This is not. Neti happens in this area. your chitta starts telling, seeing this file. I am taking the example of this scene which you are seeing now. First you are seeing me, the whole scene is photographed and goes here, it becomes a biosignal file. The file is taken to chitta. Chitta says, this is not a tree, this is not an animal, this is not a plant, this is not this is not that. That excluding process happens in this area. Then the file goes to the mind. Mind tries to identify. This is a human being. He is wearing saffron robe. He is standing in the stage. The identification process, iti, this is it, this is it. That process happens in the mind. Here neti, here iti. This is not happens in chitta. This is it. Identification happens in manas. Then the whole file goes to buddhi. Buddhi is the place where the whole trouble starts. And here the analysis starts. What way I am related to this file? What way I am related to this scene? What way I should respond to this scene? According to the buddhi, if your past memories with me, if they are good, immediately you refer. What happened with yesterday lecture? What happened with earlier when I met this type of situations? You see, if your buddhi refers with the past memory, and it will decide if the past experiences with me, if it was pleasant, then you decide, let me stay and listen. If the past experiences are not pleasant, if you felt boring, then you say, this is not the place for me, let me go. If you take like a straight decision, then it's okay. But the problem is, if you had some problem with some other person who was wearing the saffron robe, that engram will be there. You will not even bother who is this person. You will just bring that to your memory. No. With that Swami, I suffered like this. With this Swami, I suffered like that. You will just bring a generalized memory and you will decide based on your past collected samskaras. That is where you start making the trouble. You start creating trouble. When decisions are taken with a straight understanding, no problem. But most of the time, you collect and connect the engrams which are not directly related to each other. Which are not directly related to each other. For example, if you see somebody wearing white dress, if you are hurt by somebody who was wearing white dress, the moment you see that white dress, even if you don't want, that memory will come back. That memory will come back. For example, if you are abused or disrespected in a house or in a place, next time when you cross that place, when you go to that house, even if that person is not there, automatically the memory will come up and you will have that same feeling. You will have that same depressed mood. You will have that same low mood. The reason is you connect, you associate things with the place, with figures, with memories and put it in file. Man as such cannot work spontaneously. So he has to take some system, some method, some way to reduce his processing work. Naturally, he opts for some way of arrangement of his memories. So when you take some way of arranging memories, you miss the real life. See,
first few months you live with your husband or wife. After 3-4 months, you make a clear idea about her or about him. After that, please be very clear, you don't live with husband or wife. You just live with your imagination, with your understanding about her. After that, whatever she does is wrong. Whatever he does is wrong. You come to a conclusion. If at all there is something right, you say, by mistake I think you did these things. By mistake you did this right. By few months you come to a conclusion about the other person. You create an engram. And after that, whatever he or she does, you look through that engram, through that engraved memory. Only first few days, you are ready to respond spontaneously. You are ready to respond spontaneously. The problem is, even in the first few months, you already have memories of your friend's experiences. My friend is tortured. My friend's wife used to torture him. My friend's husband used to torture her. You have the collected memories of your friend's files. And the moment your wife starts doing something which will not be anywhere related to that memory, immediately you project that. Especially movie. If you have seen some mother-in-law, some daughter-in-law, some mother-in-law who is rude, cruel, if before your mother-in-law starts even a single word, just by her body language, you will come to a conclusion. I think she is going to torture me. And before she starts, let me start. And you are all out. You start the whole thing. And she has also got enough memories. She also has got enough samskaras because she has also seen many movies. And she has got some reference where the daughter-in-law is torturing the mother-in-law. Then immediately she starts her drama. In person, a small story, a funeral procession of an old lady. As usual, slowly they are walking. Front they are carrying her body. Just behind, one man is holding 2 bulldogs. And behind a big queue is walking behind him. Very slowly they are moving. The scene is, first they are carrying the old lady. Next, one guy is walking with 2 bulldogs. Third, a big queue is following him. An onlooker was curious. Why such big queue following this procession? She must be very famous. He goes near the person who is walking with a bulldog and asks, who is this person? He says, she is my mother-in-law. Then he asks, why you are carrying the dog? Is it our pets? No. They both bit her and killed her. Killed her? Yes. This guy says, can you give this dog for me? Just for 2 days. He turns, join the queue. Join the queue. Our engraved memories. When you have collected memories, you never react spontaneously. You never act. All your decisions are clearly predestined. Please understand, again and again people ask me, Swamiji, our life, is it predestined or free will? Please understand, the more engrams you have, more your life is predestined. Because you will go only in the same route. The less engrams you have, your life is
you will have more freedom. The number of samskaras will decide whether you will have free will or your life will be destined. For example, the file travels to ego and ego gives the decision and you execute it. If there are more engrams, when the file travels every table, each engram is a table. Each engram puts the signature and writes his opinion. One engram, for example, the same example let us take. You seeing me and are you being here? One engram says, no, I had some Swami in my life. He was a blessing. He helped me so much. I think I should sit here. This engram signs, yes, we will sit here. The next engram, no, I read in newspaper, the Swamis do this, do that. There are enough of stuff which goes on, especially in India, abusing Swamis is a fashion. And especially South Indians. Abusing Swami is a fashion. So, all this fashion, lot of fashion things are there. So naturally you will say, no, all these memories are there. Should I sit? Or what should I do? Here this engram says, doubt. It signs. And the file goes next. No, yesterday I attended. Really what he is speaking makes sense. I think I should sit. This engram signs, yes. By the time file reaches here, the ego takes all the yes and all the no. And it comes to a conclusion. Whether it says yes or no, that's not a problem. But you already wasted so much of time and energy in this small decision. Already you wasted so much of time, so much of energy in this one simple decision. For example, if you are sitting in the office, morning around 9 o'clock, you don't have to do anything. Just sit and worry, get stressed out, you will have shoulder pain. If you are stressed out, worrying 15 minutes about something, you will have shoulder pain. How many of you experienced? Just 10-15 minutes, you will have shoulder pain. Nothing else needs to be done. Just simple worrying, simple decision making, you will have shoulder pain. Restlessness. The more the engrams, more you will be restless. The people with engrams can never sit in a relaxed way. Have you seen people continuously, they will be shaking the legs. Continuously they will be shaking the legs. The initial level they have to shake. After some time they will have Parkinson's, automatically it will shake, that's all. In the initial you have to shake with effort. After that, automatically it will shake. The stress, people with stress cannot sit quietly. So much of physical movement, so much of physical restlessness, because too many decisions are happening inside their unconscious. This space between the buddhi and ego is called unconscious. This space is called unconscious. Because you will not know what is happening in this space. You will not know how many tables are here. This is like a government office, Indian government office. If 300 tables are there, the file has to move all the 300 tables. And when it will move, and who will sign what, and final result what it will come, neither you know, nor God knows. This is a conscious zone. This is like a honest office. I don't know what example to give. I don't think any examples are available. This is a clean, pure process, straightforward process. Here, there is no politics happens. A straightforward process. Here, all the politics starts. For example, according to the data collected and processed in this level, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the simple, straightforward data, you know smoking is injurious to health. But when time comes, suddenly you decide, let me smoke. How the file takes a quantum leap. How the decision is totally changed. When the file travels in this area, here there are engrams, which says, no, last time when I smoked, I really felt good. I felt relieved from all the stress. Actually, if you want to get rid of any stress, instead of smoking, have a tight shoe. Because the tight shoe, when you have a tight shoe, all other worries will be forgotten. You will forget all other worries. Smoking and having tight shoes is one and the same. By smoking, you are trying to forget. By creating bigger problem, you try to forget the smaller problems. The same logic with the tight shoes also. Have tight shoes. Automatically, you will forget all the smaller worries. All the smaller problems. Here, all the past memories. I smoked, I felt relieved. I had all my stress, all the stress disappeared. All these things happens in this area. Because of that only, suddenly you decide which you never wanted to decide. Suddenly you shout, and after 10 minutes you start repenting. Why did I shout? I always wanted to control myself. I always wanted to keep a smiling face. Or at least I always wanted people to tell that I am having a smiling face. Either I want to keep, or I wanted people to recognize me as a smiling person. Why did I shout? You repent. You decide suddenly. You react suddenly because of these engrams. There are so many decisions which you take out of these engraved memories and repent, suffer later on. How these engraved memories disturb, torture or twist your decisions, we will see in the next slokas. Krishna says how they straight away affect your being, how you miss the reality, what is happening because of these engraved memories. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam sukha sangena bhatnādi jnana sangena chanaka. The three slokas, he gives a clear explanation about the three gunas. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi trishna sangas samudbhavam tanni bhatnādi kaundeya karma sangena dehinam tamastvana jnanajam viddhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nidrabhi stanni bhatnādi bharata. In these three sloka, Bhagavan speaks about sattva samskaras, which leads you to bliss and peace, and rajoguna samskaras, which leads you to restlessness and violence, tamoguna samskaras, which leads you to depression and dullness. He speaks clearly in these three slokas, and then he goes further explaining how each samskara attacks each engram, attacks the other engram and twists your whole decision. For example, if you have a radio which is not working properly and suddenly you receive 2-3 stations at a time. In one station, cosmetic product advertisement is going on. In the other station, about agriculture, some instructions are going on. And the third station, some drama is going on. some comedy drama is going on. Suddenly you get the instruction. First it says, please spray little pesticide. Then next it says, and wipe your face clearly. Third it says, I think you should brush your teeth properly. And fourth it says, yes, after that, put little more pesticide. And the next word says, yes, with your mouth wide open, you should allow this to happen. If all these instructions mix and match, if it comes and you try to execute it in your life, you will end up in difficulty. Same way, here are different engrams of sattva, rajas and tamas. You are trying to work with all the three, and all the three are crisscrossing each other. How they create hell in our life when they crisscross each other. Please understand, intelligent people collect arguments and pass judgment. Most of us collect arguments to support our judgment. Already the judgment is ready. To collect the judgment, we support arguments. Look into your life, how many times we did this. Of course, even to look into our life and see how many times we did this, we need intelligence. Two things. If you have power, just out of arrogance, all right, even if I have done mistake, what is there? You will take it, you will just brush it aside. That's one attitude. Might is right. That's the first thing. Otherwise, you will suffer with guilt. Please understand, guilt never comes to unintelligent man. Of course, I am going to tell you to drop the guilt, that is different. But guilt comes always only to an intelligent man who is really thinking of dharma. Only for him guilt comes. Person who is in instinct level, he will never have guilt. The person who is in the intellect level, he will have guilt. The person who is in the level of intuition, he will go beyond guilt. He will go beyond guilt. He will understand the truth as it is. Here, Krishna is speaking how to handle all these three properly and how to use all these three maximum. How to get the maximum out of all these three. Getting maximum out of all these three is really intelligent process. Small story. One small child swallowed a coin, quarter coin. They took him to doctor. Doctor tried so many ways. It did not come out. And nurse tried so many ways. It did not come out. Nearby one friend was standing. He tried so many ways. It did not come out. The passerby, he saw this whole thing and said, "Sir, can I help?" They said, What can you do? Just give me 1 second. He did something. Simply the boy vomited the coin. The coin came out. Doctor was surprised. How did you do that? I am a doctor. I am not able to get the coin out. How did you do that? He says, I am an income tax officer. I can get money out of anybody. I can get coin out of anybody. You cannot do that. So now, Krishna gives the tips, techniques to get maximum out of these three gunas, these three samskaras. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam व्यासेन ग्रथिताम् पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम्.
Now let us enter into the 3 layers of engrams. Samskaras related to Sattva, Tamas and Rajas. Before entering into the 3 layers of engrams, I'll give you a small presentation how we are caught and how they work. Then we will enter into the technique. These are our 7 layers of our body. I can say 7 parts of our being. The first thing is physical body, flesh and bones which you are carrying. Next, the pranic layer, the prana, or the prana, vyana, udana, abana, samana, the 5 air movements, air circulation which is happening in your system. Third, mental body, means the inner chattering which is happening in you. Continuously, whether you are sitting or standing or whatever you may do, there is a continuous tape recorder going on inside. Inner chattering. Sometimes you open your mouth and talk, other times you close your mouth and continue to talk. Whether you open your mouth or not, the talking is going on. So, that is what is mental body, the inner chattering. The chanchala, they use the word chanchala, moving, inner movements. Third, the 4th, etheric body. This is the space where emotions are stored. Where? Intense emotions, pain. Usually all our intense emotions are pain. You don't know any other intense emotion. If you know any other intense emotion other than pain, you are a spiritual person. Look into your life. The pain gives you so much intense feeling. When you are depressed or in pain, you can see you are very intense, or your whole mind is centered. Your mind never moves towards anything. But when you are blissful mood, have you experienced any bliss to that extent, in that depth in which you experience the pain? No. That is why I say, all we know is only pain. All we know is only pain. After this, these 3 bodies cannot be understood intellectually. They are supposed to be experienced spiritually by meditation. Only till these bodies you can understand. See, the pranic layer is a body filled with all the desires. Mental body is the layer filled with all I should have, guilt. And etheric body is pain. Understand these 3: desire, guilt, pain. These 3, when they are pure, they are called sattva, rajas and tamas. But usually they are not pure. They are mixed with each other. They are mixed with each other. How to purify them? First thing you should know, if you can purify your desires, you will be liberated. Please understand, you cannot live without desires. You have to clear the desires. You have to purify them. Direct them towards the right path, that's all. You cannot live without desires. Without desires, you can't even breathe. Even inhaling or exhaling cannot happen without desires. You cannot live without desires. Desire has to be handled properly. It has to be straightened. That's what you need to work when it comes to sattva. The next, when it comes to guilt, rajas, please understand, all your restlessness is created by that one thought, I should have done that. I should have lived like that. Because I did not, now let me do that. I should have reacted to him like that. That time I did not have that much of intelligence. Now I will teach lesson to him. Now I know how to catch him. Now I know what to do. The restlessness, rajas. The third, pain. Whether it is right or wrong, you know how to make pain out of it. Whatever it is, you know how to make pain out of it. That is tamas. That is tamas. These are the main three layers. Actually, the physical body is handled by these three gunas. You sleep deeply without any dreams. That time you experience the causal body. It is called karana sarira. Causal body means karana sarira. Sarira which you experience at the time of deep sleep. And this too, this is filled with a blissful memory. In Vedanta we call it Anandamaya Kosha. Anandamaya Kosha is cosmic body, and the nirvanic body, this area is called Atman. Or we call Ananda Gandha, where the Atman and your bodies meet, where the energy and matter meets. Visualize a lake which is frozen lake, and below there will be water. The layer in which the water and the ice meets is this layer. Water is energy, ice is matter. At one point both of them meet, and this is the layer where they meet. Anyhow, now you forget about all these things. All these things forget. Just remember these three. That's enough. Because we are going to work only on these three. In the next sessions, Krishna explains, talks about all other things. That time we will understand about all these things. About physical body he has already spoken. Finished. Now he is going to work on these three. About these three only he is talking. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. I think I'll make a clear thing. Sattva. Sattva is the second body. Rajas is the third layer. Fourth layer is tamas. Your prana flow, your air flow will change. For example, if you are caught by lust, any intense desire, your inhaling and exhaling will become intense. The prana going in and coming out will become more. With any desire, the prana flow will totally change. And if you are in a very silent mood, peaceful mood, the prana flow will be different. It will be so mild, you will not even know the prana flow is happening. The prana movement is happening. Understand? This pranic sarira is filled with desires. What is the thing which we should learn about sattva, about this pranic layer? First thing,
we create self-contradictory desires. Whether you believe it or not, you are God. You are pure consciousness. Whatever thoughts you create in your consciousness, that will gain power. Please understand. This is the space called God, Atman, which is there in all of us. Whatever thoughts you create in this space, the more deeper you create, the more power it will get by this consciousness. It's like in front of a projector light. If you keep a slide, that slide will become reality in the screen. You can see that slide as a real figure in the screen. Same way, this is the light, projector light. Any slide you create in this area and keep in the outer world, it will become reality. It will become reality. Because of this light, this projector light, any slide which is kept in front of the projector light will become reality in the screen, in the real life. Here, again and again, you create self-contradicting thoughts. Because of that self-contradicting thoughts only, you suffer with your desire. Whether it is fulfilled or not, suffering is inevitable. If it is fulfilled, the emptiness. If it is not fulfilled, the restlessness. Both the way, you are towards the tamas. Why? Why should we suffer? Because of desires. Please be very clear. First understand the self-contradicting desires. For example, if you want to get rid of headache, and if you create an engram, samskara, I should get rid of this headache, I should get rid of this headache. Continuously, unconsciously, you will be thinking that word. By thinking that I should get rid of the headache, you will never be able to get rid of headache. Because when you remember that word, you are giving power to the headache also. Please, it's a very subtle subject. It's a very subtle subject. Whatever words you repeat unconsciously in you, that will become reality in your body and in your mind and in the world. Because you have power to give life to any word. For example, one word, if it happens in your mind, let me get up and go. That one word, immediately your body moves, you stand, walk and go. One word can make you do whatever you want. Words which appears in your mind are very important. Very, very important. You need to understand this one basic fact. Words which appear in your mind are mantras. They only show you the way to your life. All the words which appears in your mind put together is your life. Your life is nothing but the words which is used by your mind, all put together. Especially the words which you repeat unconsciously. For example, morning, early morning, when you start brushing your teeth. If you observe, you can see, you will be brushing the teeth, but your mind will be talking something. Especially in the bathroom. When you are taking bath, you will be taking bath, your mind will be talking something. And sometimes you start singing also. If you take cold water bath, automatically song will come. Cold water bath and singing, these two are very closely connected. Automatically, songs will come. And you will be just singing. You will be just using some word, uttering some words, talking to yourself. One more thing. In the bathroom, you can do whatever you want. Nobody is watching. That is why you will be freely talking. Sometimes people even argue in the bathrooms. People even argue in the bathrooms. One person was standing outside. When the wife came out of the bathroom, he asked, with whom you are arguing? No, I was talking with myself. He asked, then why are you arguing? She said, I know what I am talking, don't bother. He asked, talking with yourself I can understand, but arguing with yourself I am not able to understand. Why you are arguing with yourself? She says, you know one thing, I don't accept any stupid logic. That's why I was arguing with myself. I don't accept any stupid logic. You play all the games. You will be continuously talking without even knowing what's going on. And sometimes try to observe. It will be really funny. If you observe, you will understand. You will be almost talking the same words every day when you brush the teeth. If you observe, you can find out. The moment you put the brush in your teeth, in your mouth, you will have the same trend of thoughts. The moment you start taking bath, you will have the same type of thoughts. If you observe, you will understand this. The thoughts which you repeat unconsciously are more powerful than any other words which you use consciously. First thing we need to understand, you are creating so many thoughts, so many samskaras, which is self-contradictory. Self-contradictory means, I should get rid of this headache. When you say that word, when you create that samskara, you remember headache also. You remember headache also. By again and again remembering the headache, you bring back that memory, you bring back that headache into your mind again and again. Then how can you get rid of headache? If you are repeating 100 times, I should get rid of this headache, I should get rid of this headache. Every time you remember the word headache, you bring that memory, that suffering, that whole file back to your mind. How can you get rid of headache? Instead of that, if you create a word, if you create a samskara, I should become healthy. I should become healthy. Again and again, you will be remembering the idea of health in your mind. Understand? Whatever mantra you use, automatically that dhyana will happen. Whatever mantra you use, automatically that dhyana will happen in your unconsciousness. If you use the word headache again and again, you will be meditating on headache again and again. If you use the word health again and again, you will be meditating on health again and again. That is why all the meditations, the dhyana of gods, you will have something called dhyana sloka. Before meditating, you will have the dhyana sloka. For example, Guru means Sagasradala Pangaje Sagala Sidarashmi Prabham Parabhayakaram Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanikshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasyam Sagam Tadabhimana Purvam Gurum. This mantra means, let me meditate, let me remember my master who is sitting on the 1,000-petal lotus with Vara and Abhaya. Varabhaya Karambujam, with one hand as Vara, another hand as Abhaya, who is Prasanna Vadanikshanam, shining face, Prasanna, shining presence. You are just verbalizing what you are visualizing. Verbalizing what you are visualizing is dhyana sloka. Dhyana sloka is nothing but verbalizing what you are visualizing. Now, if you again and again verbalize the word headache, 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 what you will visualize? You will visualize your spouse. Who gives you? You will visualize your headache. And I call it intimate enemy. You will visualize the person who gives headache or what you feel when you have headache. You will continuously visualize the headache scene, that mood. Please understand, whatever you visualize again and again will be inscribed, engraved in your memory, in your inner space, in your inner being. Now, if you again and again repeat, especially if you have some disease, please never create a word. Let me get rid of this heart problem. Let me get rid of this diabetes. Let me get rid of this headache. Never use these words. Let me get rid of this blood pressure. Never use these words. Use the word which is straight, not self-contradicting. If you have some pain, use the word, let me become healthy. Always think, let me become healthy. Let me become healthy. Let me become healthy. Never use the word, let me get rid of this back pain. Let me get rid of this headache. Let me get rid of this diabetes. Never use the self-contradicting engrams. Understand, the more you use the self-contradicting engrams, the more you will be engraving that disease into your inner space. The more you engrave, more they get the power. More they get the power. Please do not abuse your inner space, your Icha Shakti. The pranic layer is Icha Shakti. Icha Shakti. Do not waste the Icha Shakti by creating self-contradicting thoughts. Self-contradicting engrams are polluting the Sattva layer. Your whole Sattva space is corrupted by self-contradicting thoughts. Your whole peace and inner space is disturbed by the self-contradicting thoughts. After going to the house, take 15 minutes. Please take 15 minutes and do this like a homework. I wanted all of you to do here itself because of no time. At least when you go back to your house, do this like a homework. Sit for 10 minutes with yourself and write down all the thoughts which comes to your mind regularly. All the thoughts which comes to your mind regularly, and see where you are creating self-contradicting engrams, and edit them. Clear them. Don't bring self-contradicting engrams into your mind. And now, one important thing, the latest research report, they say any psychiatric disease, once you analyze and clearly put the name, immediately you find millions of people are suffering that disease. As long as you don't give name for that, even if people have that, they don't suffer by the disease. The moment you inform them, for this disease, this is the symptom. If you are having this symptom, this is the name of the disease. Everybody starts thinking, I think I am suffering with that disease. I think I am suffering with that disease. Please understand, it's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. Pharmaceutical companies are making millions just by this one idea, creating doubt in you. I think I am also having that problem. I think I am also having that problem. Immediately you start creating an engram. I have that problem. I should get rid of it. I should get rid of this problem. I should get rid of this problem. By the time you repeat this word 10 times, you have the problem. You have the problem. That's one of the important, dangerous thing. Please understand, we are all continuously being exploited, or I can say, you are just eaten, swallowed by the people who don't know the truth of mind.
and consciousness. Please understand, all these problems are just because they do not know something called pure, joyful inner space is possible. And let me be very clear and bold. No medicine or chemical can help your mind. Be very clear. All anti-anxiety medicines, all anti-depression medicines, these all are consolations for you, that's all. First thing, you visualized you have depression. Now you visualize you have taken medicine, that's all. Let me tell you one more important secret. It's a business secret. One important thing, many people come to me, Swamiji, I have some black magic, somebody did the black magic to me, some pillis they have done, some sunya they have done, some black magic, somebody has put evil spirit on me, some black magic has been done. There are so many fellows who just exploit this fear of the people. They just encash on this. The other day, our chief priest was telling me, Swamiji, you should talk about a particular person. He told the name also. I do not want to tell the name. He told me, some of his devotees, some people who is known to him, they went to this person and got exploited. That guy just gave some small Ganapati which is brought from a market and took $5,000. And he was telling me, Swamiji, all these things are happening, you should tell about this. I said, usually I don't mention name, but at least I'll bring the problem to your notice. Please understand, all negativity has got only one power, your faith on it, that's all. All negativity, black magic, or evil spirit, or Satan, or devil, whatever you call it, all of them have got only one power, your faith on it, that's all. Just your faith on it only gives power to it. Because you believe, you connect all the incidents and start the trouble by yourself. You start the struggle. You start troubling yourself. Now, it's very dangerous game. It's very dangerous game. Many people come to me. Swamiji, I have pilli, I have sunya, I have this problem, I have that problem. When I tell them, no, nothing is there, don't worry, there is no problem. Then they think, this Swami is very young, he don't know much. He is very young, he don't know all these things. Let us go to some other rich or old person who will really give me some yantra, who will give me some mantra, and who will do some big puja and remove my negativity, remove my blockages. They think I don't know anything. So now what to do? So when they come, I also tell them, all right, don't worry. I give them some yantra and tell them, you don't have to give money, but just go and keep this under your pillow. You will be healed. You will be cured. And I tell you honestly, nothing is there in that yantra. Nothing is there in that yantra. I am very clear. Nothing is there in that yantra. You see, he created an idea that he is having trouble, negativity. Now by giving that yantra, I am creating an idea on him. He doesn't have negativity, that's all. Using one tan to remove the other tan, that's all. Using one tan to remove the other tan. Nothing else. There is nothing else. Please be very clear. That is why I always tell people, never think by having this yantra something will shower from your house. From your house, nothing can shower except rats. And except rats, nothing can shower. Nothing can fall except rats. Nothing will happen. These are just antidotes for your negative faith. You already created a faith that I have this trouble, I have this problem. Now I am consoling you. And just I am consoling you. To tell you honestly, it is you who created trouble, and now just you are helped to undo the whole thing. Otherwise,
All negativity has got only one power, that is your faith on them. Now, you should understand an important thing. See, if that guy takes some money also, it's okay. Money is okay, you can earn it. But he creates an engram in you. He creates a samskara in you, which will kill you continuously. For anything and everything you will run to him. It's almost a slavery. It's almost a slavery. Better to be caught in the hands of ghost than in the hands of the mantravadi. At least ghost will trouble you once in a while. This guy will eat you completely. So be very clear. Never, at least with the ghost you will have only mental suffering. With this guy you will have mental suffering and economical, both suffering. Big problem is, not only he takes the money, he creates a deep engraved memory in you, the fear memory. You start thinking again and again, even a small sound you hear in the night, you start thinking, I think that mantra is over, now I have to get a new yantra. And I heard these people who do this business, they give you the mantra which they give you the yantra which needs to be recharged. Which needs to be recharged. After 2-3 months, you have to take it back and you will put it in the recharger and give you. I was just surprised. The rechargeable yantras. And in this country, anything can be sold. All you need is advertisement. All you need is advertisement. Just put anything. All you need is advertisement. And I read an advertisement in the newspaper. One guy standing with a pose, with a blessing pose. And he says that some Adharvana Veda Pandit something. And he goes on giving a big advertisements. I am surprised. Adharvana Veda never speaks about all these things. Adharvana Veda is the pure science for to improve your life. It is a pure science to handle your mind blissfully. And no Adharvana Veda teaches you to exploit others. No Adharvana Veda teaches the people to exploit others. And I am just surprised. And let me tell you one important thing. The first sutra of Paragamigira, Jyotish Sutra, the first thing he starts, only a person whose inner space is pure, who is not expecting any benefit or return as in the form of money or in the form of a good name or in the form of goodwill, even a good certificate, only for him the intuition will happen. Very clearly they say, intuition will happen only when you are pure. And never go to these people who does this mantra, this maya and this yantra and this type of things. Never go. And understand, all evil has got only one power. What is that power? Your faith on it, that's all. Now, when you create these self-contradicting engrams, you start believing it. You start believing it. Especially in this field of psychoanalysis. When they launch some disease, it's like a fashion show. See, in fashion show, every week one dress comes. Something like that, every month one disease comes. Every month, they invest some new disease. And one thing comes out. Please understand, by repeating that idea, by meditating on that symptoms, you start creating that symptoms in you. It's a dangerous game. Don't be caught in that game. It's very dangerous game. First step, you disturb the sattva, pure space of your being, by creating self-contradicting thoughts. Sit in your house and write down all your major thoughts and desires. Analyze them. How a thought is self-contradicting. This is the first step. Next, how two different desires are self-contradicting. You want to have peaceful life also, and you want to have lot of wealth also. With wealth, always the responsibility comes to you. Either decide to take the responsibility and be happy with the responsibility, or decide to relax completely and accept whatever happens. One thought should be strengthened. But when you have both, you have self-contradicting mental setup. In the sattva space, in the sattva energy, when you create self-contradicting engraved memories, automatically you are thrown to rajas. Now let me describe what Krishna has to say about rajas. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi drishna sangas samudbhavam tannibatnadi kaundeya karma sangena dehinam. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings. It's a beautiful sloka. O Kaundeya means son of Kundi. Because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. Here he says, desires and longings. What is the difference between these two? Desires and longings. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi drishna sangas samudbhavam. Raga means desire. Trishna means hankering, longing. What is the difference between these two? Here, there are some memories which has got your emotional support, and there are some memories which are inserted in your being by advertisement. Be very clear, advertisement does not mean only by TV or movie. If your father again and again repeats, even that is advertisement. If your mother again and again says, this is right, this is right, this is for you, this is for you, that is advertisement. There are some desires which has got your mental support. You feel this is going to give me the fulfillment. This is my desire. And there are some desires which is sold to you by somebody else. So here, that is the difference between desire and longings. Desire is yours. Longings are supplied to you. Longings are given to you by society. It's a social conditioning. Desires are inborn. It is your very nature. Be very clear. With desire, if you fulfill them, you will feel fulfilled and relaxed. With longings, the moment you fulfill them, you will feel emptiness. This is the difference between desire and longing. Desire will always give you fulfillment, means your desire. Longing will always give you the emptiness. The other day, one person came and asked me, Swamiji, I wanted to marry. I have my own choice, but my parents are choosing a different girl. What should I do? What decision I should do? How you want me to act? I told him, finally, as the end, all marriages are failure. At least let you marry on your own. At least for if you marry on your own, at least for few years, you will have the satisfaction that you lived your life. You lived your life. In the end, if you marry according to your father's decision, you will blame your father. If you marry according to your decision, you will blame her. Before marriage, you are different. Before marriage, your image was different. You showed me a different picture. Now you are showing your original form. If you marry by the advice of father, you will blame him. If you marry on your own, you will blame the other person. Anyhow, if you marry on your own, at least for a few years you will think that you are living your life. The desire gives you at least little bit of relaxation, fulfillment, but longing gives you only emptiness. Here, Krishna speaks about how the self-contradicting things leads you to rajas. When the desires are self-contradicting with each other, naturally you are confused and you fall into the rajas. You fall into restlessness. Let me explain with this diagram. If you have more engrams here, 10 engram will write, let me sit and listen. I wanted to listen. And 10 engrams will write, no, it is time. Let us go and watch movie. Today is weekend. There will be nice programs. Let us go and watch something else. On the file, these 10 engrams are writing one decision, the other 10 engrams are writing different decision. By the time file reaches the ego, you will have the confusion, what to decide. You will have inner restlessness. The more number of engrams, more time it takes for you to do any decision. You will be suffering in dilemma. Man as such is dilemma. Continuously, if you do this, you always think, I think I should have done that. If you do that, you always think, I think I should have done this. Dilemma. Dilemma is because of too many engrams. Dilemma is what Krishna calls rajas and restlessness. In the rajas, you will have tremendous anger, violence, and inner restlessness. A person who is caught in the rajas will always be shouting at others, will always have the irritation mood, will always carry poison in his tongue. Poison in his tongue. He will be continuously waiting just to vomit. Just to vomit. The CEOs can never rest. Can never rest. The big problem is they are carrying so much of rajas. And I tell you, once you remove the engrams, you will be able to take 1,000 decisions without getting stressed. Because straight away the file will go to ego. Without much interruption. There will not be 300 table. You don't have to cross 300 table like an Indian government office. And just 2-3 table. One person will write yes, the other person will say whatever the yes, okay, the third will say something, and by the time the file reaches ego, there will not be many signatures or opinions. Straight away you can decide and send the file back. The process is easy. Decision making will be easy. Your time and energy will not be wasted. Tasya nidravi sannibatnadi bharata. Son of Bharata is addressing the Arjuna. O son of Bharata, know that the mode of darkness, tamas, is born out of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. Beautiful explanation for tamas. For tamas. Let me give you a diagram of tamas. Just understand this one drawing. You will be able to understand the sattva, rajas, tamas. Let us assume the time taken for this process is TC, time taken for conscious process. And time taken for this process is TU, time for unconscious process, TUC. This is TC and this is TUC.
Now, if this time is less and this time is more means more engrams. The more the engrams, this process will take more time. More the samskaras, more time it will take. If this is more, means the TUC is more than TC. Means you are in instinct level, animal level. You are in instinct level, animal level, because you will not be able to control your decisions. More the engrams, what decision will come out, you don't know. It's like a Pandora box. All these engrams are, samskaras are Pandora box. When you open, what will come out, you don't know. What all are inside, you don't know. You are in the level of animal, instinct. Just instinct level, animal. If the TC is equal to TUC, I'm trying to bring the whole Gita in equation. If the TC is equivalent to TUC, then how the diagram will be? The diagram will be the TC, if the TC and the TUC will be equal. Means the same time which is taking for the file to move from here to here will take from here to here. Means only 3-4 engrams. Not much. Only few engrams. There will not be 300 tables like Indian government office. This is just 3-4 tables, like 1 or 2 private offices, like a corporate companies. Then it is called man level, instinct. You are in level of intellect. Man, level of man. Third, there's one important thing. Not only no engrams and straight away decisions are, see, there will be no engram. When there is no engram, we don't need this line. We can just erase this line. When there is no engram, straight away here itself we can put buddhi. And here itself we can put ego. Because the file never takes the quantum leap. There is no engram. Straight away the information comes, process happens, results are given. Then it is called, actually, the TUC will be less than TC. The time taken for this process will be more than the time taken for this process. Time taken for this unconscious process will be less than time for this process. In this level, you will be intuitive. You will be intuitive. Level of God. This is man, this is animal, level of instinct. This is man, level of intellect. This is God, level of intuition. Now, this is the level of sattva. This is the level of rajas. This is the level of tamas. In sattva, your mind works in this level. You don't bother about anything. Continuously you are making decisions, but you are not tired. 24 hours you are active, but you are peaceful. Action in inaction. Inaction in action. What Krishna says, you will be at center. So much of work will be going around you, but you will be utterly relaxed. So, this is the level of sattva. This is the level of rajas. This is the level of tamas. The whole thing is dependent on only one thing, your engraved memories. The number of engraved memories only decide whether you are caught in sattva or you are caught in rajas, or you are caught in tamas. And all these three are not enlightenment. Enlightenment is beyond these three. Now, if you are caught in tamas, try to go to rajas. If you are caught in rajas, try to go to sattva. If you are caught in sattva, automatically you will go to enlightenment. Automatically it will lead you to enlightenment. How to do that? How to do that? Krishna starts with the next sloka. Tamastanyana viddhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nitrabi sannibatnadi bharata. Speaks about the tamas. Know that mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. For example, in the sattva level, you create a self-contradicting desire. Because of that, you feel restless in rajas level. When you feel too much of restlessness, you decide, let me drop all this nonsense. Let me sleep. Let me not take the responsibility. And you fall into tamas. Understand? Tamas means not only sleep or depression. Not taking enough responsibility is also tamas. For example, if you have studied to become a doctor and you are not practicing, you don't want to practice out of laziness, means you are in tamas. For some other reason, you just don't want to practice. For some other reason, okay. But if you are avoiding out of laziness, you are in tamas. Same way, you did some study and after that, you do not want to fulfill what you took out of laziness, means you are in tamas. Don't drop from anything out of laziness. If you have a spiritual reason and drop, that is different. There are some people who drop just to meditate or to go for tirtha yatra or to do some spiritual work. That is different. But if you drop for no reason, just out of laziness, you are caught in tamas. Means you don't have enough energy. You are not able to take responsible decision. Why you are not able to take the responsible decision? Too many engrams. Single decision will eat your whole energy. Single decision will take your whole time. You are in trouble. By the time you do one decision, you are tired. You wanted to sleep. That's the reason you try to escape from the life. Escapists are called tamasic people. They are the only tamasic people. Here, Krishna explains about all the three. Rajas tamas cha vibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata. Rajas sattvam tamas chaiva tamas sattvam rajas tata. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance. O Bharata, sometimes the mode of passion defeats the goodness and ignorance. At other times, ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. Please understand, all of you are not completely caught in sattva or tamas in rajas. You swing between rajas, tamas and sattva. You go from this corner to that corner to this corner. Sometime, some days, early morning when you get up, you feel so fresh. You feel as if all your questions are answered. All your questions are answered. You are fresh and alive. And you think, now I think I became enlightened. Almost I became enlightened. And everything goes beautiful till evening. Till evening. Suddenly in the evening, again the whole thing starts. You become restless. Next day, again you are in tamas, you don't want to do anything. The mood swings continuously happening. Understand, obesity and mood swings are closely related. Obesity and mood swings are very closely related. When you allow these mood swings, you continuously torture yourself. Torture yourself. Sometimes you are restless, sometimes you are peaceful, sometimes you are in tamas, you don't want to do anything, you want to escape from everything, you just wanted to dump everything and run away. You just wanted to throw everything and run away. You are caught between these three modes of nature. Sometime in the instinct, sometime in the intellect, sometime in the intelligence. Why? Why we have the mood swing? For example, if you collected too many samskaras about a particular thing from the young age, again and again if people teach you, you should not drink, drinking is a sin, all these ideas, you have collected so many engrams about drinking, and automatically you feel tempted to taste at least once. At least once. If you are told once or twice, and you yourself should be made to understand, you see, this is bad for health. Never give law, give understanding. Give the understanding behind the law, spirit behind the law. Please understand, if you want to really bring your kids, if you want to really bring them up beautifully, blissfully, give them only understanding. Of course, to give understanding, it needs two things. First thing, you need to be intelligent. Next thing, little patience to sit and explain. Even though it takes little time and energy, always go for understanding. Never give law. Never give just letter. If you just give the letter, law, be very clear, you will exactly do opposite. You will exactly do opposite. And even exact opposite you cannot predict. Even that much you cannot predict. Even though it takes little time and energy, always take little time and bring them up with understanding. People come and complain, no, Swamiji, in the modern time, where is the time? She is also going for a job, I am also going for a job. Where to tell all these things? Then why did you give birth? Then why did you give birth? Then you should have become Swami like me. Before itself, you should have decided clearly. Be very clear, it really happened. One small kid, he was brought to me by a mother. And mother was telling me, Swamiji, please advise him. He is not obeying my words. Please tell him to obey my words. I was a little disturbed and I was not interested in giving that advice. Because I myself never obeyed my mother. And I myself never obeyed. How can I give that advice to her? Advice to that kid? And somehow you know how women are. And when they decide. And she says, no, you have to advise Swamiji. I tried 2-3 ways to escape. She said, no, you have to advise. Finally, no other way. I called the kid slowly and started telling him, please, why don't you listen what your mother says? See, I myself listening. I am listening what she says. Why don't you also listen whatever she says? And you will be surprised. That small boy is asking me, Swamiji, she herself is not happy. If I listen to whatever she says, I will also become like her. Why are you asking me to listen? I was just taken aback. What he is asking is truth. Somehow I convinced him and sent him away, but I am not convinced. I convinced him, but I am not convinced. And what he is asking is truth. when she herself is not happy, how can you follow her words? Now, be very clear. Soon in the near future, kids are going to sue you if you don't bring them up properly. They are going to sue you. Already they started. Some kids who are depressed and who are in the prison, they say we have become like this because they have not our parents have not brought us up properly. They did not do the right job. They did not bring them up. They brought them down. We are not brought up. We are brought down. Be very clear. Before deciding about kids, become enlightened. That's only qualification. Unless you are very clear about guiding, don't plan for kids. Enough. We have enough of people. We have brought so many billions of people on the planet Earth. We are not able to give food for them. We are not able to give medicine for them. We are not able to give shelter for them. Why are you then bringing again and again more and more? Where is the place? And if at all you decide to bring, have enough intelligence to give understanding. Whatever you give in the form of understanding will go and get recorded in sattva layer. It will become intelligence. Whatever you give as a law will go and sit in rajas and tamas layer. Please be very clear. Even if it is good thing, don't give as law. Don't give as law. Even if it is good thing, if you give as law, you will naturally create an aversion. You will naturally create an aversion in them. Always these parents, when they bring their kids, they will force them to touch my feet. I will tell them, never do that. Just because of your greed. These people, they think by touching my feet, they will get some punya. And they try to give that same idea to that kid out of their greed. And by forcing, this kid will start hating me. And when you force, and I have seen some parents, they will take the head and literally push the head at my feet, as if they will get some current. And I tell them, why are you doing this nonsense? Why are you forcing them? And this is more than enough. This namaskar is more than enough. And that also, what is there for kids? They do not know anything else. And why are you forcing them? By forcing them, they naturally make them hate me. And next time when they see this cloth, they will start weeping. They will start thinking, oh, now I have to do that big exercise. And they will start weeping. They will start crying. And never give them law. Please be very clear. You are suffering by the laws given to you by your parents. All the laws given to you by your parents are in this rajas and tamas. They are again and again, they are leading you to restlessness and deep depression. They are creating more and more trouble for you. The second layer of rajas is filled by the guilt. Please understand, this layer of rajas is filled by guilt. This layer is, I should live like that, about future, desire. This layer is, I should have lived like that, past, guilt. Both are two different forms of same energy. This is related to future, this is related to past. Desire is related to future, guilt is related to past. I should have done that. Plays a major role in your I should do this. The I should do this is decided by I should have done that. So the guilt which is created by the laws which is handed over to you by your elders is only creating hell in your life. And naturally that leads you to tamas. He says andaha. Anda means the end. And simply you fall in the ignorance, end. Krishna beautifully says, Sarvatvareshu dehesmin prakasa upajayate jnanam yada tada vidyat vivruddham sattvamityutaha. The manifestations of mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. This is the technique. All the gates of the body means through what all gates you receive knowledge, you receive information. What all the gates through which you receive information? Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and touch. The sense of touch, the physical pleasure. These are the five through which you receive information from outside. He says, if you can keep all these five carefully guarded by knowledge, prakasa, guarded by illuminated knowledge, if you put security in all these gates, knowledge is security. Knowledge means what should be taken and what should not be taken. Then you will reside in the sattva forever. You will reside in bliss forever. He says, appoint watchman for all the gates of the body. Now our body is no security system. As on now, in our body, there is no security system. You have so much of security system in your house. If somebody opens, automatically the call will go to 911. You have so much of security system for your house. Everywhere there is a small board. This neighborhood is watched by this detective system, this security system. In this country, so much of security system you have. So much of security system you have for your body, for your house, in which you are living hardly 10 to 12 hours per day. Especially in this country, maximum you spend only 12 hours per day in the house. Other 12 hours you spend outside the house. Only 12 hours you are spending average per day in your house. But you have so many security system for that, to protect that. In this house, you are residing 24 hours. But you don't have security system. Ramana Maharshi sings beautifully. Aimbula kalvar agathinil pugumbodu agathini illayo Arunachala. He sings towards Arunachala when the thieves of five senses entered into the house. Oh Arunachala, you are not there in the house. How did they enter? Aimbula kalvar agathinil pugumbodu agathini illayo Arunachala. He asked the Shiva, when these five sense thieves entered into the house, were you not there? What happened? Why did you let them enter? Here Krishna says, let you have the security, protection of knowledge in the five gates. You will reside in the bliss continuously. It means don't allow the thoughts which will create suffering in your mind through eyes, means avoid TV. At least the things which creates depression. See the programs, whatever creates joy in you, or which makes you laugh, which makes you blissful, but never see anything which makes you cunning, which gives you suffering, which makes you feel violent. One important thing, people immediately ask me, if we don't know what is happening in the society, what will happen? Please be very clear. Naturally, any important emergency news will reach you through somebody. You are not living in an island. First thing. Next thing, by knowing all the criminal activities, seeing the newspaper, what are you going to do? Understand? When you protect your senses,
with the sattva, naturally you don't allow the negative engrams inside. I was talking about this newspaper. Same thing, same murder, some robbery or some raping or some accident. These are the 4-5 things you will see in the newspaper. What only difference? Today it will be LA, tomorrow it will be Chicago, day after tomorrow it will be some other state, day after tomorrow it will be some other country. Only the country or the place will be different. Today it will be LA, tomorrow it will be San Diego, then San Jose, some other state, some California or some Chicago, some place. Instead of every day reading the same thing, you yourself can say, today California, tomorrow Chicago, day after tomorrow San Jose, then Los Angeles. You yourself remember my mind. Why do you want to see and verify? See, if you see, this is the same thing. Same news. Only the city name will be different. And numbers will be little this side, that side. Today it will be 10, tomorrow it may be 5. Day after tomorrow it may be 6. What difference is it going to make in your life? Be very clear. The people who are going to handle that, if they know, that's enough. But by you knowing continuously these type of information, you create engrams again and again, which gives you fear stroke and suffering. If you are continuously reading about kidnap, if one day, 2-3 minutes, if your husband or kid are late, what will happen to your being? And you will be going front and back and front and back. You are so restless. You are so restless. Be very clear. Even if something wrong happens, you will suffer only that day when it happens. But when you have this anxiety, engrams which creates anxiety, every day you will be suffering. And by having this engram, can you stop the happening? If you can stop the happening, then have it, no problem. Then it is intelligence. Whatever can stop the happening is intelligence, nothing wrong. But most of the time, you collect the engrams by which neither you can stop, nor you can do anything. Just you suffer. Put yourself again and again and again in rajas and tamas. That is what Krishna says. Sarva dvareshu degesmin prakasa ubajayate jnanam yada tada vidyat vivrittam sattvamityudaha. Please do not infuse your consciousness with the thoughts which gives you suffering. Continuously try to add thoughts which gives bliss, which gives peace. We may think, what Swamiji talks, I don't think it is practical. How can we live in the society without knowing what is going on in the world? Be very clear. Knowing what is going on in the world is a disease. Collecting information is a disease. Especially, I am seeing so many TV shows. Just, I wanted to see what is going on in the country. The other day, one of our ashramites was telling me, Swami, you should see what is going on exactly in this. It will give you the idea of culture. All trash. The ideas, nonsensical ideas. And the more and more you hear all those ideas, more and more you will start doing it. You will start thinking, that's a lifestyle. Inside your mind, you start creating an engram that this is the standard of life. Please do not allow the things which creates these standards in your mind. In your mind. More than 5 minutes I was not able to watch. I just said enough, otherwise I will lose my enlightenment. Traditionally it is believed that enlightenment can never be taken away. But now I think TV can take it away.
TV can take it away. I said it is very dangerous and, and enough. And this, if continuously you listen all these things, you see, what you eat only you belch. What goes inside, based on that data you set standard. You set standard. Please be very clear. Life is much more valuable. Life is much more valuable. Life is too short to be spent in worrying. Life is too short to be spent in worrying. So do not allow the thoughts which creates low mood, depression in you, especially the Sandhya time. See, in those days, our masters, they know Sandhya means evening. When the day and night meets, that is the time Sandhya. Morning also is called Sandhya. Whenever the day and night meets, it is called Sandhya. One Sandhya will happen in the evening, one Sandhya will happen in the morning. In our masters, they know whatever thoughts you put in the time of Sandhya, it will come out as a tree. Whatever thoughts you put inside your being at the time of Sandhya is like a seeds. It's like a seed. By next day it will become a tree. That is why in those days our masters insist, once Sandhya comes, you should spend your time either in temple or doing puja, reading some stotra or meditating. So that these ideas will go inside and they will become tree in your life. Now, the moment it becomes Sandhya, what will you do? Put the TV and cry in front of it. And you are putting all the trash inside. Almost like a dustbin. And next day automatically you will have that smell. You will have that smell. Whatever you put inside, that only will come when you speak, when you walk, when you talk and when you live. Please be very clear. At least Sandhya time, never put any negative engram in you. Never put any negative samskaras in you. Try to protect your all the senses 24 hours. If you can't, at least Sandhya time. Sandhya means when the day and night meets, that 1.5 hours. That 1.5 hours. In India, usually the 6 to 7:30 we say as Sandhya. Here I don't know. Every country it changes. The Sandhya changes. In India, usually we say 6 to 7:30. When the day and night meets, that 1.5 hour is called Sandhya. At least Sandhya time, don't allow the negative engrams to enter into your being. Whatever enters at the Sandhya time into your being will radiate, will continue to exist in your life. In the end of the whole thing, only one advice Krishna gives, only one technique Krishna gives, because this is the only way you can turn, you can start transforming your mind. The cognitive shift will happen. As and now, the cognition is happening. The process of data is happening in your mind based on the negative engrams. If you change the input, if you move your mental setup to the different energy, the cognitive shift will happen. You will start processing the data with positive engrams, with a positive base. Krishna gives only one suggestion, one technique. Sarvadvareshu dehesmin prakasa ubajayate jnanam yada tada vidyat vivrittam sattvamityudaha. Try to protect all your 5 senses from negative ideas and always infuse positive ideas through all the 5 senses. Whatever you feed will go and become your being and you will radiate
that energy. Always try to spend Sandhya in a good way. Try to do meditation in your house. If you don't feel like meditating, come to some temple, spend some time in the temple. Do something. Do some stotra. Do some good work. But don't waste your time by putting the negative engrams in you. The more negative engrams you put, more you are working towards your future depression. Understand? More money you put in the bank, more you are going to have bank balance. The more negative engrams you put in your mind, more you are going to have depression. More negative engrams, more depression. That is why our ancient masters, they know where man will collect positive engram, where man will collect negative engram. They tried their best to create so many spaces where man can collect positive engrams, where man can protect himself, where man can save himself. Please understand the Krishna's this one suggestion and let you save your deha, in which you are living 24 hours with pure sattvic security, pure sattvic watchman. By saving that, let you experience bliss. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, universal consciousness, ultimate energy, to give us all this understanding in our life, to make us all experience the truth which he is teaching, and to let him establish us and make us radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanoramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavadidam trigunarahitam sagurum tam namami. Partaya pratibodhitam bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Graditam पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतां कृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी. वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. Welcome you all with my love and respects. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga. Because of the first-hand spiritual experience, all the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding. You can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogance. Just to express you know something or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, That Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood. That's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without quest is question. Question with quest is doubt. The question with quest is doubt. Doubt without quest is question. Now Arjuna has come to a understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more questions. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this Kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects. Always, when a masters land on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learnt music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learnt music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learnt anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learnt already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation. Let me be very clear, even my books, including my books. Somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book and the disciple was sitting and writing. One person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly on one spot, he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly, I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago you made another one statement, now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books?
To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just start thinking intellectual knowledge is authority. And not only that, they start questioning. They start asking or demanding proof from the masters for their words based on these people their intellectual understanding. First thing, when I utter a word, the meaning which I give is different, and the meaning which you take is different. When I utter a word Atman, I use the Sanskrit dictionary. When you receive that word Atman, you use Oxford dictionary. Naturally the problem starts. If you are with a living master in my presence, you can always question me. You can always clarify. Or a living master knows by seeing the face of a disciple, he knows whether he has understood or not. He will go for further explanation. Things can be much more clear, straight. But when you are playing with books, you are just playing with your mind. That is why people feel more comfortable with books than going and meeting a living master. Please understand, you are seeking, your spiritual seeking, whether it is a real seeking or just a game, how to measure. This is the scale. If you feel comfortable just playing with books and old masters' photographs, be very clear, your seeking is pseudo. Just time pass, good entertainment. Good entertainment. Sometimes you feel guilty, whole day sitting in front of TV, whole day doing something worldly. Especially Indians, from the young age somehow they are taught, always you should not be engaged in sense enjoyments. You should search a little bit of spirituality. So once in a while you get some book, some old master's photograph, and you try to play with both of them. Be very clear, it is pseudo. If you are honest, intense, you will feel deeply connected or more in tune, feel happy, feel settled with a living master. Find out whether your search is honest search or just entertainment. That's the first thing we need to do. Here, Arjuna has come to a level of maturity where no more intellectual questions, only doubts. Doubts are really great. Doubts are just a clear sign, you express, I am here to receive you. You put a big green signal. Doubts are green signals. Questions are red signal. With question, you just defend the master. You tell him, stop. Enough what you are speaking. First, reply for this. You try to bring the old intellectual words to defend the living energy. One more thing, when we can't practice, again, we question the authority of a person who is speaking. Here, Arjuna did everything. First, in the second chapter itself, the moment Krishna started speaking about the Atman, Nainam Chindanti Sastran, Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, immediately Arjuna is asking, Sthita Prajnasya Kavasha. How an enlightened man will speak? Tell me the truth. What for he is asking? He wants to measure. With that scale, he wants to measure the Krishna, whether he is enlightened or not. It starts with violence, with questions, slowly. In the 9th chapter, when Krishna revealed the Rajavidya, Rajaguhyam, the ultimate secret that existence is intelligence, cosmic universe is intelligence, the doubts are cleared. The questions slowly started settling. Next, when he heard the glory of Krishna, slowly the love started happening. When Krishna showed the cosmic form, he experienced the truth. He experienced the truth. In the 9th chapter, intelligence started. In the 10th chapter, the devotion started. In the 11th chapter, being, the energy, experience happened. Now, almost all the questions have disappeared. Ramakrishna says beautifully, in a marriage ceremony, before the food is served, people all will be sitting in a row and talking. What is going on? What is happening? How much dowry was given? What all the puja, what all the vessels they made? What all the jewelries they made? What is happening? All the talks will go on. Once the food is served, slowly the sound will reduce. Once the curd rice is served, only you will hear the sound, chup, 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 that's all. Nothing else. Only the sound of eating will be heard. Ramakrishna says, till you receive the experience, as long as you are reading the menu card, means only books, the talking, noise, sound will continuously go on. Once you started the experience, all the sounds will disappear. You will have only small sounds which expresses your experience. Nothing else. Here, first thing, Arjuna has questioned the authority of Krishna and got cleared. Then he is questioning what is beneficial for me. The account's mind. First resistance, then indifference, now acceptance. All that account's mind has disappeared. You should understand one thing. Person who is creative, person who is Brahma, the energy of Brahma, the energy of creator is different. The person who is accounting, continuously doing calculation is totally different. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Engineers may have money, but architects will have a tremendous satisfaction that they have created. When you create something, you become God. That is why the creativity gives you such a deep satisfaction. Nobody can create except God. Only God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. Please be very clear. Nobody except God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. That is why in the Vedic system, when a woman is pregnant, she is worshipped, respected. She is respected. Of course, in those days, not only they are respected, people believe at the time of pregnancy, if they touch somebody's head and bless, they will be healed. Because she is creating. When she is creating, she is radiating the divine energy. She is God. She is experiencing godliness. She is experiencing the divinity in her. Only godliness can create. Architects will have tremendous satisfaction. Engineers may have money, but not the satisfaction that they created. A small story. 2 architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. Two architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. They are going for a conference. The engineers, as usual, they are calculating and they are complaining, see, 2,000 rupee per ticket, it is too much. Such a small journey, 2,000 rupee unnecessary. 2,000, 4,000 rupees. What we will get from conference? The architect says, both of them, they reply, you see, we manage with just 2,000 rupee. We take only 1 ticket. We both of them manage. Engineers are surprised. How do you manage? When the ticket counter comes, how do you manage? Oh, that's just simple job. When the ticket counter comes, we just go into the bathroom and see the drama what we do. TT came and these guys entered, both of them entered into the bathroom. TT came and knocked the bathroom. Only one hand came out. They asked, ticket please. One hand came out and showed the ticket. He just stamped it, gave it back and went away. Both the engineers are impressed. And they thought, oh God, we never know how to save money. Now we learned one thing to save money. When they were coming back, these 2 engineers, they took only 1 ticket. And the architect, both the architects, they also took only 1 ticket. Now it is trouble. Who will catch the bathroom first? Who will catch the bathroom first? And you know, engineers are real runners. The people who are accountants, they really run. The moment they heard the TT is coming, they ran and entered the bathroom, they caught the bathroom. Now the architects both are discussing what to do. One architect said, don't worry, relax. He went and knocked the bathroom. Ticket please. The ticket came out, he collected the ticket and came out. He just came back and said, accountants miss the life. They know how to calculate, but they miss the life. When you calculate, sometimes you miss the reality. You just miss the reality. Here, all the accounts is over. Krishna has asked, what is more beneficial for me? All the things are answered.
Now he has come down to the level of just few doubts. Doubts are not for anything, little more tips. Now the whole tune has changed. With questions, the tune is, what are you talking? Whatever I learnt is totally different, and now you are talking something different. All that violence has disappeared. Now Arjuna has come to the level, he says, yes, master, I know the whole thing. Please give me some more tips. How I can imbibe you. Please tell me something if you have forgotten. If you have forgotten something to tell. If you have something more, please tell me. I will be happy to receive those messages also. I will be happy to receive them also. Throughout this chapter is silent. No questions, only doubts. Bhagavan starts. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdvamulam Adaschaham Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Varnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. Bhagavan says, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Now he is coming to the causal body. If you attended yesterday's discourse, you will be able to understand, because Krishna continues from the last chapter. Next, all the 3 chapters are completely connected to each other. Last chapter and this chapter, next and next. All these chapters are completely connected except the 18th, the 14, 15, 16, 17. All the 4 chapters are continuous discourses. Now Krishna comes to causal layer. Yesterday he spoke about the first 4 layers. Now he is coming to causal layer. He is explaining about the deeper layers. Of course, physical body, you know, body which is made out of flesh and bones, which you are having now. The next layer, these are all components of your being. All these 7 layers put together only you. You as you are is totality of all these 7 layers. The second layer, pranic body, is filled with desires. Filled with desires, which controls the air energy, prana, vyana, udana, samana, apana, all the different air movements of your body. And yesterday we saw the lessons from Krishna, how we are creating self-contradicting desires, how we are creating self-contradicting words and giving life to them and suffering. When we create self-contradicting words, it leads to restlessness, rajas, and the rajas leads to tamas, tiredness, dullness, depression. So this layer belongs to tamas. The second level, this is sattva. This third level is rajas, restlessness. The fourth level is tamas. The fifth level the causal body. This is called Karana Sarira. This causal body is what Krishna calls Urdhva Moola Madaschagam, where all our engrams are stored in seed form, in the form of seeds. Every day, you enter into the causal body at the time of deep sleep. When you sleep, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, not when you dream, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, at that moment you fall into the causal body, the fifth layer of your being. When you come out, all those engraved memories comes out, your whole world is created. Every day you merge in this layer and come out of that layer. Now, Krishna is explaining the secrets related to that layer. Yesterday he spoke about the secrets related to these three layers. How we are disturbing our desire energy. Understand? Desire is pure energy. You create troubles only by creating self-contradicting thoughts. If you don't have self-contradicting thoughts, all your desires will lead you to deep fulfillment. Desire is energy. Yesterday, Krishna spoke how the energy can be used properly, how we are abusing it, how it can be used. Next, how we fall into restlessness by abusing it. Third, even after the restlessness, if you are not correcting your mistakes, if you are not clearing the self-contradicting desires, you fall into tiredness. It's like a one-side fire. You are creating fire and the pressure cooker is there. Inside the cooker, the steam is getting, and the pressure is getting developed. Other side, you put a weight and try to seal it. Naturally, it will bust. Same way, even after the restlessness, if you don't clear the desire energy, or if you don't clear the self-contradicting thoughts which you are creating in you, you will fall into the depression, tamas. He gave the small, simple advice, techniques to clear ourselves and not to fall in that tree, not to be disturbed by that tree. Next, he goes to the causal body where we store all our engraved memories. He explains the secrets of this body, because even if you go beyond these three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, if you don't destroy these engraved memories, the bija samskaras, the samskaras in the form of a seed, you will take birth again and again. So here he gives the technique. He explains how to go beyond the samskara, engrams, which is in the seed form. It may not express in you, but it will be there in the seed form. When time comes, suddenly it will come out. You can see. You may not have seen some of your childhood friend or childhood enemy for 10 years because you are in the States. When you go back, see in the States when you are here, all the 10 years, the samskaras related to them never comes up. Whether love or hatred, it is not there. You are never caught by it. You are never disturbed by it. You are beyond the sattva, rajas, tamas. But when you go back and meet them, suddenly the whole emotion is there.
you discover the same love is there or the same hatred is there. How? Because it is in the causal body. You may not experience it in the day-to-day life. Even if you don't, you will see it is in the causal body. It's like archives in the office. There are some files which are on the table. There are some files which are in the office archives. There are some files which are in the bank locker archives. This first, the sattva, rajas, tamas. These three gunas are the files which are in the table. And causal body is the files which are in the office archives. The inside, the cosmic body and nirvanic body are the files which are in the bank locker archives. Now, yesterday we saw how to clear these three files of sattva, rajas, tamas. Now he gives the technique to clear the causal body files, to clear the files which are in the office archives. Bhagavan starts, there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and it branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. He is trying to give an example to explain the quality of causal body. Quality of causal body. He says the roots are upwards and branches down. Why he says roots are upwards and branches down? Please understand. He says roots are here, branches are here. Because for any tree, if it has to grow, it will take water through roots. It needs support from roots. Roots only decide the strength of the tree. Roots are going to decide the way in which the tree is going to live. The physical body, whatever you are taking through physical body, that only is going to decide the depth of causal body. That is why he says roots are up, roots are in the outer world, and branch is in the inner world. Roots are out. Whatever you take through five senses, that is the water or strength for the causal body. Causal body is, here he says leaves, and here he says root. The tree is upward. Tree is topsy-turvy. Whatever you take through the five senses from the outer world, that only is going to enrich the causal body. And an important next statement, the leaves of the tree is said to be the Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Yesterday I was making an important statement. All the words which you continuously repeat inside your mind without your consciousness, whatever words you repeat in the unconsciousness, especially morning when you are alone in the bathroom, those words are the mantras which shows path for your life. What are the words you repeat with yourself? They are only going to decide the way of your life. Just try to analyze your mind. What are the words you repeat with yourself? When you are alone, when you are sitting with yourself, what are the words you repeat? Those words are only going to decide the path in which you are going to travel. Mantra means manasasya stiraha idi mantraha. What makes your mind strong is mantra. Mantrayate idi mantraha. Which shows the way for man is mantra. Tra means road, way. The words which shows way for you is mantra. The words which makes you strong is mantra. Now, he says, the roots are in the physical world, physical body, up, and the leaves are in the causal body, down. Roots are up and leaves are there. And he makes one more statement. Leaves are Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Means the words which you are storing in the causal body. That only is going to decide your life. See, the words which you have in the causal body is mantra for you. When you understand this, there are two things. Something is good, something is bad. Something is good, you can always reprogram. The good news is you can reprogram yourself. Bad news is as on now you are living in hell. Bad news is as on now it is hell. Good news is you can always reprogram. The causal body is filled with the unconscious thoughts. You must be careful about the thoughts or words which you are creating inside your mind unconsciously. See, you are so careful about the words which you speak, verbalize it, express it. But we are careless about the words which we use inside because we think nobody is going to know. If you are not careful with the words which is expressed, you know what will be the result. You know what will be the result. But you are not afraid. The words which you are using inside, be very clear. The words which you are using outside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from others. The words which you are using inside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from yourself. You will torture yourself. You will kill yourself. You will create more and more trouble for yourself. The words which you use inside should have the healing effect. Words which carries healing effect will always create fresh living energy in you. Krishna says, the leaves are the Vedas, Veda means knowledge. The leaves are the words which you are engraved in the causal body, which are in you. Those words are so powerful, so alive. They are going to show way for your whole life. In the ancient days, in our system, you are always advised not to speak wrong words, especially at the time of evening, Sandhya time. There is a belief, if you use wrong words, at the time of Sandhya, Lakshmi will leave your house. Be very clear, these are all truth. These are all truth. They may not directly mean what you believe, but they have different purpose. When you use the wrong words, which hurts others, naturally you will inscribe those words in your consciousness and you will use the same words to hurt yourself. You can see very clearly what words you are using when you are angry. The same words you will be using when you feel guilty. Please be very clear. People think, no, Swamiji, I am a little intelligent. When I throw words on others, it will be sharp. When I throw it on myself, it will not be so sharp. Don't think you are so intelligent. You are totally unconscious. You will not even know what words you are using towards yourself. What words you use towards others, the same words only you will use towards yourself also. That is why the person who is short-tempered will always have deep guilt. May not be for the character short temper, In other cases, when he does mistake in something else, he will have a deep wound of guilt in him. Because words which you use are double-edged sword. You will use the same sword to kill others and commit suicide. You are not so intelligent to have two different swords. No, when it comes to suicide, when it comes to killing others, I will have a big sword, Swamiji. When it comes to suicide, I will have a small needle. No. You are not that much intelligent. Try to witness your mind once in a while, especially when you are alone. The times which you spend in the bathroom, the times which you spend sitting alone, at those moments, watch what type of words are coming in you. Sometime when you are alone, you will be just stretching yourself and uttering few words to yourself. I will not leave that fellow. I will do that. I will see that it happens. You will be taking some sankalpas to yourself. You will be creating some words to yourself. I should get rid of this problem. I will do something and come out of it. The words which you are creating to yourself, please be very clear, they are called Vedas. They are called mantra for yourself. Mantra for yourself. There is something good which we need to understand in the causal body, and there is something bad which we need to understand about the causal body. Bad is, as and now, it is completely corrupted. Good news is, it can be cleared. It can be cleared by a strong will, by a steady practice. Bhagavan goes on, the person who knows this tree is knower of Vedas. Normally, the leaves of the tree is decided by the strength of the root and how you support the root. If you put water in the root, if you give a little manure in the root, naturally the tree will be growing. It will have beautiful leaves. It will flourish and grow. And if you put poison in the root, naturally the tree will die. Now the same secret. The root is in the physical body. The roots of this tree is in the physical body, means 5 senses. What you add in the 5 senses is going to decide the leaves. What is the leaf? Leaf is samskara. Your causal body is samskara. Your leaves are samskaras. That samskara is going to be decided by the stuff which you are putting inside through the 5 senses. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, let your body move without fear and grief. Do something without expecting anything. Just half an hour. Paint something. Draw something. Just sit and write some poem. Or do little carving. Not for creating a gallery. Not for creating a gallery. Don't start planning. I will hang all these things around my house. When people come to my house, I will give a big tour. No. Don't torture them. Don't torture them by giving them tour around the house. Sometimes it becomes a big torture. You can't tell anything. You are gone. Do something for half an hour without having any fear or greed. Just come to this type of some public place and clean. When you start cleaning yourself, don't start planning. I should create a big volunteer batch and I'll be the leader. Next time onwards, I'll make my presence strongly felt by the whole group. Whole temple should feel my presence. Don't do all this plan. Just do it for no reason. Half an hour, something. In the initial level, few days, you will feel that half an hour is waste. After some time, you will understand
only that half an hour is useful in your life. Do something without taking fuel from fear or greed. The big problem is even our service is related to greed. Even when you do service, there is some greed. When you do service with greed, you always create trouble and end up in trouble. Small story. 3 scout boys are telling their scout teacher, master, the great good deed which they did that day. The boys are supposed to tell at least one good deed they have done on that day. All the 3 boys got up. They told, Master, today we helped a old woman to cross the street. Master said, what? All 3 of you? That will not take all 3 of you. They said, no, it took all 3 of us because she did not want to cross. Because she did not want to cross. Understand, when you do for greed or fear, you will end up creating trouble for yourself and for others. You will do something just for doing. That half an hour of some service without bothering, thinking about dollar or name and fame will infuse so much of energy into your being. You will not know what to do with that energy. So much of energy will happen to your being. Bhagavan says, the whole tree is alive just because of your fruitive actions of human society. He says, just because of karmanubandhini, means the fruitive actions, bandha, karma bandha, the actions which are done for the sake of some fruit. Narupamasyeha tatopalabhyate nanto nachatir nacha sampratishta asvattamenam suvirudamulam ashangasastrena drudena chitva tada padam tat parimarkidavyam yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha tame vachakyam purusham prabhatye tata pravritti prasruda purani. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns. And there, surrender to that Supreme Personality of God, Supreme Eternal Consciousness, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Such a clear explanation about causal body. Body where the samskaras are stored. That's why I say, Krishna is an extraordinary scientist. Scientist is a person who can honestly start searching the truth, who is courageous enough to give up his faith and belief for the truth which he has discovered, and the person who is courageous enough to express the secrets which he discovered step by step. Now, you can see all the qualities in Krishna. He is honest in his expression or in his search, and he is honest to give up the small understandings when new things are discovered. When the new truths happen, he is ready to give up the lower level truths or the yesterday's truths. Please understand, yesterday's truths are only yesterday's truths. You cannot have last year train timetable and use the timetable and wait for today in railway station. You will never see the train. Of course, in India, even if you use this year train timetable, you will not see. That is different. But one thing is sure, with last year timetable, there is no possibility of even seeing the train. Who is courageous enough to update the intelligence? You can see chapter by chapter, he is updating his way of expression. And ultimately, who is ready to reveal all the secrets without keeping anything in reservation. Who is not bothered about trademark, copyright. In the Vedic system, knowledge is free. We have not invented any trademark, no copyright. The very idea did not exist. The very idea do not exist. Krishna has never went for copyright. He never went for service mark. But Krishna Bhaktas do copyright of his own photograph. I am just surprised. The other day I heard some so-called Krishna Bhaktas, they declared that some photographs of Krishna is copyrighted to them. It seems they were asking somebody. The person came and told me. I said, what? Copyrighting Krishna's photos. Krishna himself never went to copyright for his teachings. Because in the Vedic system we believe knowledge is free. And not only that, Krishna is courageous enough to open the whole thing completely. Whole thing completely to the society, to the humanity. Here he says beautifully, Narupamasyeha tatopalapyate. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Honestly, no one can understand what all the engrams, samskaras you stored in the causal body. What is inside you don't know, like a Pandora box. Only when you open, all these things will come out. By the time you clear 2, 3, the other 10, 11 are there. Already waiting. You do not even know what all there inside. You don't know what is there inside. But one thing is possible. You can cut it down through a strong will of detachment. With a strong sankalpa, you can completely clear the causal body. You can burn all your samskaras by a strong will. People ask me, Swamiji, how to get rid of the samskaras? I tell them, just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else. Do you come and ask, Swamiji, I know fire will burn, but still I am not able to remove my hands from fire. How to remove my hands from fire? Please teach me, Swamiji. Do you come and ask? No, you don't. You are intelligent enough to take your hands away.
when the fire burns you, if you are coming and asking me how to stop smoking, Swamiji, I am not able to drop. Please be very clear, you don't know the smoking is injurious to your health. Still you don't have a strong faith that smoking is injurious to your health. Smoking is not good for your health. When you automatically take away your hands from burning, when you understand, you actually act. You simply execute. If you are not executing, be very clear, you have not understood. The understanding has not happened. Understanding has not happened. Just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else is necessary. To tell you honestly, all meditation techniques are for fools. Intelligent people don't need any technique. Straight, simple understanding is enough. I tell you, intelligence is ultimate meditation technique. I have seen people, even among my own healers, my own disciples, there are some healers who are meditators, great meditators. Hours together they will be sitting with closed eyes. Once in a while. And not only dozing, sound sleep also. Sound sleep means sleep for themselves, sound for others. Sleep for themselves and sound for others. Great meditators. But not even inch of spiritual progress has happened in their life. There are some people who never close their eyes and sit. But you can see their growth so rapid. The transformation is just miraculous. People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? Whole day I sit and meditate. Every day I meditate. Last 10 years I am meditating. Nothing is happening to me. And this guy came the other day to you and he is living so happily. He is radiating bliss. By seeing him, I can understand he is in bliss. You are very partial, you are not giving. I tell them, no, I am not partial. There are some people, even with enough meditation, they don't understand. The intelligence never happens. There are some people, straight away the intelligence happens. Straight away the intelligence happens. It is just intelligence. Nothing but intelligence. The big problem is, they take me for granted. That's another big complication with these disciples. Taking master for granted. They think, we know him, what is there? We know him, what is there? That is the reason. In the ancient days, masters never used to freely mingle with disciples because they take the masters for granted. But somehow I believe the friendliness is the real spiritual quality. Only through friendliness anything can be transmitted. But the big problem is people take the friendliness for granted and they miss the whole truth. Here Krishna says, just with a strong sankalpa, you can come out of the whole causal body. The effects of causal body on your being. Just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else needs to be done. Understand where the problem is and come out, over. Nothing else needs to be done. It is a simple understanding. It's a simple courage to break the engrams and come out. Krishna further explains, after cutting this tree with the weapon of strong will, detachment, one should surrender to the space, to the eternal consciousness, by surrendering to which, by falling into which, he may never come back. He may never come back, and in which the whole thing is established, in which the whole existence is established. Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama dvandvair vimukta sugha dukkha sangai gacchantyamuda padamavyayam tat. Again Krishna explains beautifully. On a deeper level, actually if you see, he uses the same words, but the understanding which happens in Arjuna's mind is different. Same words he is using in the second chapter, third chapter, Arjuna was not able to understand. The same words now he is using, Arjuna is able to understand. Because that time he was in the questioning mood. Now he is in the mood of doubts, just pure doubts. No questions. With the questioning mood, even when you listen, you are preparing your questions. You are just preparing your questions. You are not listening. With doubts, you are ready to receive the master. You are just sitting with your open being. Your being is open. You are just waiting for the message. Ramakrishna says, on that Swati Nakshatra day, the mother pearl, it will come and wait to have one drop water from the sky. When that one drop water falls, it will go inside and work on that water and the pearl will be created. I don't know whether it is a truth or just a belief, but there is a beautiful concept behind it. He says same way, the disciple will be waiting, a honest, truthful seeker will be waiting for the words from the master. The moment it falls into his being, he will close himself and go into the solitary place and he will start working on those words. They call Zen koans in Zen Buddhism. The disciple will be given just one word. He has to go and meditate on that word, work on that word, till he realizes the truth behind that word. Till he realizes the truth behind that word. Till the intelligence happens in his being. Then he has to come back. Now, Krishna is giving some Zen koans for us. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with the material lust, please understand, not who have renounced the material lust. Renounced is different. The word vairagya does not mean renunciation. Raga means attachment. Araga means renunciation. Viraga means beyond attachment and renunciation. Have you renounced your toys? Do you feel you are missing your toys? Are you attached to your toys? No. You are neither attached to your toys, nor you renounced your toys. You have just gone beyond the toys. You have just gone beyond the toys. At the age of 7, you are attached. At the age of 8 or 9, you will be made to renounce. Your mother will tell, fool, still you are playing with toys? What is happening? go and play with your friends. You will be forced to renounce. But now, neither you are attached nor you renounce. It is there. At the age of 7, when you see the toy in the house, you run and catch that. You start playing with it. Especially if you have brother or sisters. First you will run and catch it before they run and catch. Now it is there. You are neither attached nor detached. You are done with it. You are done with it. And you know you can afford. If you want you can have, otherwise you can throw it away. There is nothing serious about it. Same way, when you understand life is also simple toy. Whatever you think is worthy is nothing but a toy. When you understand, you can simply afford. If you want, you can have. If you want, you can throw it away. Then you will live like a king. Not these ordinary kings. An enlightened king. Rajarshi. Here, Krishna says, who are done with the material lust, not who are renounced the material lust. When you renounce, in the outer space you may not have, but in the inner space they will be sitting. They will be sitting in the inner space. But here, if you are done with it, then you have gone beyond. Vairagya means you are done with it. You are not renouncing. The renunciation is not the exact word for Vairagya. Raga, attachment. Araga, detachment. Or renunciation. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person and attain to that eternal consciousness. Please understand, this is a Zen cone. This is not just to be understood. This sutra has to be meditated upon. The more you meditate on this sutra, the more these characters will start expressing in you. He gives you the clear-cut idea of what is supposed to happen in your causal body. He is giving you the mantra for causal body. First he said how to erase the whole thing, all your programs. And now he says how to create a proper program to live the blissful life. He is teaching you how to reboot your hard disk. The whole thing is nothing but reprogramming your causal body. He goes on explaining beautiful techniques to work on the causal body.
Bhagavatam Narayana Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Krishna here are like Zen cones. actually is repeating the same words, even same expression. Not only in the spirit, even in the letter he is using the same words, same expression. What is the speciality? Why should he repeat in this chapter again? Please understand, earlier he was using these words as advice. Now he is using the same words as a programming words. This chapter is a technique to program your causal body, your samskaras. It is programmed. It is designed to program your causal body, your deeper level samskaras, to create a positive samskaras in your inner space. As long as Arjuna was having the questioning mood, the same words were used just as advice. Now the same words are being used as a technique, method to program. As long as you have a questioning mind, these words have no use. Practically, Arjuna gets the whole gist. Krishna is repeating the whole gist here in this chapter. In North India, in all the monasteries, before food you have to repeat this chapter completely. This 15th chapter has to be repeated before food in all the monasteries. Because this chapter is like a programming your inner space. If you can afford 5 minutes for your growth, you can also do that. It hardly takes 5 minutes. You don't even have to understand. Of course, if you understand, it is really great, that is different. These very words have got power. It can program your causal body. The very words can program your causal body, especially when you repeat with a surrender mood, with a respect to Krishna, with respect to the Master. It straight away goes and touches the causal body. With a questioning mind, Master always have to prove the words. It's a big load. But with a mind which has got doubts, it is open. Straight away he can express the truth as it is. There is no need for him to clothe the truths with the big words. There is no need for him to play with big words. Straight away he can explain it. With person who has got just a doubting mind, for him any truth can be explained. But person who has got questioning mind, for him nothing can, even lie cannot be explained. Forget about the truth. Nothing can be explained. It is the disciple's mind that decides the whole thing. Whether the Master's words are going to help him or not, whether he is going to be benefited or not, is decided only by the disciple's mind. When the disciple's mind is completely tuned, surrendered, even if the Master is not enlightened, he will be helped. He will be helped. Small story from Ramakrishna. One Pandit, great Pandit, Bhagavad Pandit, intellectual person, not enlightened, but intellectual person, used to stay in the bank of Jamuna. Yamuna bank. In north they say Jamuna. In south it is Yamuna. The bank of Yamuna, every day he used to do puja to Krishna. One milkmaid, she will bring milk for him every day. One day she did not bring because of the flood. This Pandit, one day she did not bring in time. Next day she came a little late. Pandit shouted, "How dare you did not bring milk for Krishna in time?" It's not for Krishna, for himself. As if Krishna is waiting for his milk only. You did not bring milk, that is why I did not do puja. He started shouting. She said, "Forgive me, I don't know. I missed it. But there was a flood in Yamuna, you know. I'm not able to cross the river. And the boatman is also not ready to cross the river. He is not ready to bring me here. He is afraid that his boat may get caught. He may not be able to make it. He is afraid. He is not ready to bring me." This Pandit, out of arrogance, he says, "What? So many people are crossing samsara sagara by Krishna's name. Can't you cross this small river?" Out of arrogance, he makes the statement. So many people, they cross even the samsara sagara, the ocean of samsara, with Krishna's name. Can't you cross this small river, Yamuna? She said, "Oh, is it so? All right, tomorrow onwards I will come that way." Next day onwards, she is bringing milk in time, proper, exact time she is bringing the milk. Pandit was surprised. He asked, "What happened? How you are coming? Nowadays you are coming regularly." She said, "What is there? You only taught me how to come. You told me to take Krishna's name and come. That's what I am doing." Pandit is asking, "No, tell me how you are coming." She said, "I am chanting Krishna, 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 then river just gives way, I walk on the river and come this side, that's all." He says, "Hey, tell me clearly how you are coming." Milkmaid says, "Master, this is the way I am coming. I chant Krishna's name and just walk on the river, I come this side." He says, "Show me." "What is there? Please come, I will show you." She took him near the river. Just she chanted Krishna, Krishna and started walking on the river. This fellow was frightened totally. And suddenly the greed came up in his mind. When my disciple can walk, why not me? Why not me? He just decided to walk. He also started chanting Krishna, Krishna. Went near the river and lifting the cloth. He is also chanting the name Krishna, Krishna and lifting the cloth. One side he is chanting Krishna's name, the other side lifting the cloth. Understand that master may not be enlightened, but if you have the deep surrender, once you are deeply in tune, even if master has not become enlightened, you will be helped by the technique which you receive from him. There is no need that master should be enlightened. If you are in tune, even an unenlightened master can help you. Even through him, you can be helped. All we need is just how much you are in tune. Many times people ask me, "Swamiji, are you God?" This is the most problematic question. Almost everybody falls in this one question. This question, all idiots ask this question. And all idiots answer this question. All idiots ask this question and all idiots answer this question. Whether you say yes or no, you are caught. Both way, you are caught. If you say yes, you have to immediately prove. Do some miracle. And which is foolish. And if you can believe somebody as God by miracle, or just one or two miracles can make somebody God, means P.C. Sarkar is the greatest God. Go and see, he does all magic. He does all magic. Magic is not criteria. You cannot say somebody is God based on the magic. And magic cannot prove somebody as God. Anyhow, usually people expect that only. First thing, you say yes, you are caught because you have to prove with some magic. And don't think people will keep quiet if you do once. Once you do, you are gone. That's all. Every day that will become habit. You are nothing more than a showman. Every day you have to come, people will be waiting for something to fall from you. Something to fall from you. And if you say no, again, then you yourself have not experienced. Why are you coming and teaching all these things to us? And why should we meditate? Why should we practice all these things? These are all just stories. Both the way you are caught. Whenever people put this question to me, are you God? I tell them, it depends on you. It just depends on you. If you are totally in tune, whatever divine can do, it will do through me. If you are not in total tune, nothing can be done. Even if he comes down directly, nothing can be done. The more you try to prove your statement, more you create trouble. Any word, the person should be able to receive and digest it. If you try to bring logical proof, naturally you are in more trouble. A small story. One judge from a small local county comes back to the house late, very late, fully drunk. He vomited on himself, dirty. He is slowly entering into the house. And next day morning, wife saw and asked, what happened? He somehow managed to create a story. He said, no, yesterday night when I was traveling in train, one drunkard came and sat next to me. He vomited on me. He vomited on me. Anyhow, he somehow managed, went away to court. Noontime, he was feeling that wife is not convinced about his story. Wife is not convinced about his story. And especially, he is the type of person he needs witness for everything. So naturally, he also thinks the same way. The other person will not believe unless he gives the witness. So he suddenly rings up to his wife and says, dear, I got the same guy. Today they brought that guy to court. Yesterday who vomited on me, that same guy. I gave him 30 days. Wife says, no, give him 60 days because he made your pants wet and dirty. Give him 60 days because your pants are wet. Of course, if you understand. The wife has caught him. This guy is trying to prove by bringing a witness. This guy is trying his best by bringing a witness to prove what he said is right. But she caught him exactly the different way. Whenever you try to prove your statements, you always end up in trouble because logic can play both sides. Logic can play both sides. Here, whatever Krishna is expressing is not logical. Now he drops completely the logical argumentative mode. He comes just to create a program, just to program your mind, create an engram setup in your mind, a positive engram setup in your mind. He says, Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama Dvandvair vimukta sukha dukkha sanyai Gacchantyamuda padamavyayam tat. Those who are free from the false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with the material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attains the eternal consciousness. Na tat vasayate suryo, na sasanko na bhavakaha, yadgat panan nivartande, taddama paramam mama. That supreme space of inner consciousness, eternal consciousness, my consciousness, is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. These are all the words for meditation. Understand? These are not advices. They are not advices. Advice is the one thing everybody gives, nobody takes. Everybody gives and nobody takes. Here, he is not uttering all these words as advice. He is giving all these things as a dhyana sloka. Words to contemplate, words to meditate, to program your causal layer. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhutas sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakristani garshati. The living entities in this world, conditioned world, are my fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the 6 senses which include the mind. Here he brings the new word called conditioned. Let me tell you a small article which I read. They say, you walk with 2 legs because you are conditioned. Recently they found a 17-year-old man who was brought up by wolves in the forest. In a tribal area, somehow that small child, it was taken away by the wolves. They took him and brought him up. Somehow they did not kill him. And he grew up in the forest. Somehow the scientists got him. They caught him and they tried to make him walk with 2 legs. He was walking with 4 legs like animals. They tried their best to make him walk with 2 legs. They are not able to. And they tried their best to teach him few words. They are not able to. Finally, within a year he died. Within a year, he died. You walk in 2 legs because of your conditioning. You talk the language which you know because of your conditioning. Please understand, as on now, whatever you think as you are is conditioning. In Zen Buddhism, they give you a technique how to come out of conditionings. They tell the disciples beautifully, 21 days you have to sit in a room and you must just throw away whatever you heard and whatever you have seen. That's all. Whatever you heard and whatever you saw should not be allowed inside your mind. You can eat and sleep, but inside your mind, in your inner space, you should not allow anything. No process, no data processing. Whatever you collected through ears and through eyes, both should be completely rejected. And it will be very hard. Leave about 21 days. They say in 21 days you can become enlightened. Leave about 21 days. 21 minutes you cannot sit like that. Try your best to throw something will be there. Something will be there. And here he says, conditioned world. The whole planet Earth is conditioned. All your right, wrong, honor, dishonor, everything is conditioned. Everything is conditioned. There is nothing in reality. If you, all your idea of honor is taught to you, that's all. You are taught from the young age. If you are given certificate, if so many people clap, then it is honor. Never think the crowd decides your importance. This honor idea, I think this is the idea which makes many people mad. Which makes many people mad. One person came and told me, of course in India, Satsangs, 40,000-50,000 people gather in our meditation camps, our meditation programs. 40,000, 50,000 people gather. One guy came and asked me, Swamiji, in such a young age, you are having such big followers, so much of followers. Such a big crowd gathers to listen to you. What do you think about it? One journalist. Journalists are dangerous people. And whatever you say, tomorrow something opposite will appear in the paper. And you will be surprised. How did he make this meaning out of your words? Neither you know nor he knows. Anyhow, he asked me. I told him, let me tell you a small story. Once the Winston Churchill, he was giving a lecture. Huge crowd in front of him. He was asked by a journalist, what do you think seeing the huge crowd? Don't you feel happy? He said, never judge the crowd. Never judge me based on the crowd. Today, 10,000 people are here. Tomorrow if you announce, I'll be hanged. There will be 1 lakh people. 100,000 people will be there to see that scene. Today if you announce, I'll be given death punishment, death sentence in the public, 100,000 people will be there to see that. So never judge somebody is right or wrong by crowd. Crowd cannot judge. Right or wrong, honor or dishonor can never be judged by the crowd. How much you are integrated, how much you are centered on your understanding, how much you are honest to the truth which you believe, how much you are able to experience, how much you are able to execute in your life, that only is going to help you. Not how many people think or how many people recognize you. How many people think you are great or how many people recognize you are great is no way going to help. That is no way going to bother. That is the reason. I always tell people, of course, with Indians it is very difficult. I always tell people, don't fall at the feet. People who are falling at the feet directly without experiencing you, they are the people who are going to pull your legs tomorrow. I always tell them, if you have not attended meditation camp or if you have not experienced me, you are falling at my feet is just foolishness. It's a pure foolishness. You don't know me. How can you fall? It is superficial. It's very superficial. Of course, with Indians, you cannot do anything because it's a sentiment. It's a sentiment. But whenever it is possible, I always tell them, don't fall unless you experience me. Unless you have the courage to experiment my words, don't fall. Have the courage to experiment my words and see whether it works or not in your life. Once you are benefited by the words, by these great techniques of our masters, Once you are benefited, then after that, out of gratitude, when you fall, it is real falling. When you fall out of gratitude, the real namaha will happen. In Sanskrit, that word namaha should be understood. It's a beautiful word. You surrender I and mine. Mama. Mama means mine. You surrender the mine. Namaha means you just surrender the I and mine. And if you just say verbally Namaha and fall at the feet, that is not the real falling. Out of gratitude, after having some experience, when you fall, it's a truth, honest thing. I always tell people, especially when people invite me for their houses, I tell them, unless they are healers, I never go to their house. I tell the organizers, unless they are healers, don't take me to anybody's house. Because what will they know? If they just take me, they will do all the Pada Puja, every ritual. But as a ritual, the feeling or connection will not be there. Just for pride. You know, the Nithyananda Swami, very popular, he came to our house. See the photograph? He has visited our house. See the photograph? And I am one more showcase piece in the house. Among their different glasses, I am also one more showcase piece. I always tell them, no, never do that. And never fall at anybody's feet unless you feel the gratitude, unless you receive something, unless you had the benefit, never fall. If you fall without having benefit, it will be just dead ritual. And the falling should be so beautiful. If you fall honestly with the real meaning of Namaha, you will rise as a new human being. You will rise as a new human being. Krishna says here, beautifully, when you cut the causal body with a strong determination, then after that you should surrender in the space from where you never return. He just says, let you surrender into the space from where you never return. Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit. When you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here, Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. Small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "Oh king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavad Gita, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, "How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out." The mystic laughs and says, "True, here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself." Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshati. It's the same sloka. He says, people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind. He says, you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important you should understand. According to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachap yutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashayat. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries a smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, "Swamiji, will all the sins come with us?" Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangal Sutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, "What are you doing? Where have I gone?" I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up, she was living with the traditional families. But she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What is the need? There is no need. Either don't wear from the beginning. If you wear always. That's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning. Nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. And I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only these guys go around. Male they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be, there is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, they never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He is a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the cloth properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing in his whole life. Some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani's Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry the Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil there is a beautiful verse. The women who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam tozhuval, Deivam tozhal, Korunan tozhuzhezhuval, Peyyana peyyum malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, when she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also. The both sides. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, "Hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come." The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose and sense of touch, body based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your Srotram, Chakshu, Sparshanam, Rasanam, Granamevacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, "Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now." Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup, grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication, grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janakaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you an important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around, they made me sit on that elephant, and then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? All right, understand the word, same word, Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no, Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground? And the weight of the elephant. And man's space, how much of space is touching the ground? And man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path, man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck one leaf. You will pluck one leaf. And you will be slowly making it bit by bit, piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts one finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipuraka chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Small story. One guy was 45 years old, middle-aged. He somehow wants to get rid of his wife and wife's cat. His wife was having a cat. And he somehow wants to get rid of wife and the cat. Of course, you can't get rid of wife. At least the cat. First day he took the cat, went 10 miles away, left the cat and came back. By the time he reached the house, he saw the cat is sitting in the house. Cats can smell properly and they will come back. Cat is there in the house. Next day, he went in the other direction, 20 miles. Left the cat and came back. Within 10 minutes he heard some sound, he saw the cat is there. Third day, he went this side, that side, this way, that way. More than 2 hours he drove. Suddenly he saw he is in a forest. He himself has never visited that place. He has never come to that place. Now he thought, I think this is the right place to leave the cat because I myself don't know the way. This cat cannot come back. He just left the cat, started driving back. Suddenly he got the doubt. He called the wife. Honey, the cat is there in the house. She said, why are you asking? Yes, it is there. It's here already. It's already here. Then he says, please find out the way from the cat. I am lost. Please get the way from the cat. I am lost. As for the direction, I am lost. Understand, human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different. His maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to a lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramantam sthitam vabi bhunyananva gunanvitam vimudhananupashyandi pashyandi jnana chakshushaha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of, see, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. If you catch this body with the thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that, it will become a automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. Your every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach the physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that 3 bodies. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. Today go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine. You will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing, when I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, if you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear, and in turn you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some Guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought. Come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person with knowledge can see the truth of this science. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand. Person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes or jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you. Vasudeva sudam devam gamsa chanoramardanam devagi paramanandam krishnam vande jagadgurum.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasatrisam Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Graditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Vrutavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshinim. वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचानूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. You and me. This is a subject today. Daivasura Sambat Vibhaga Yoga. Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sarira. Then next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered, roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness. Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you became divine. When you choose the word me, you became demon. That's all. Same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There's one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna
He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed, and out of that skin they will make a